ladies, gentlemen, cyborgs, friends, enemies, frenemies, everyone in between, welcome to Void Star Lab, where I have two faces. Get that face out of here. That's too many faces. Ah, what the heck? Oh man, everything's all kerfuffled. This is a giant mess. What the heck is going on here? Ah! Oh man, everything's going to heck. Welcome to Void Star Lab. I am your host, Zack Freedman, and over there in the corner you can see Mini Zack Freedman. Before we get started, we have a very important announcement. I have a new toy. Those who can see the stream can see what I'm talking about. I haven't turned it on yet. Those who So anyways, without further ado, check this out. We have ourselves a new headset microphone. That's right. No more noise from the fan. No more weird sound quality. No more echoes. No more waiting for the friggin' no more waiting for me to like walk back in front of the camera or so that you can actually hear what I'm saying. Nope. We now have a wireless headset that allows me to walk all around the room and I sound exactly the same. And this is, by the way, that's why everything's messed up on screen. I got a whole bunch of new equipment in the same time as I had to do the stream when I had this new resin printer test out. And I also had some friends over for the first time in, like, literally the entire quarantine. Everyone's finally nice and vaccinated, and it was safe, so we finally decided to have some friends in from out of town. Probably the only time I'm going to be able to see these two people together for the rest of my life. So, yeah, that's why everything is really a little kerfuffled here. So, yeah, welcome to Void Star Lab, where we take this job extremely, extremely seriously. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like chat is working for me, and there we go. Ah, excellent. Yes, the sound quality should be now at least as good as it should be at least as good as my regular videos, because I tried to get a headset mic that had a similar audio to my lapel mic that I use for episodes as possible. I don't think the lapel mic itself would be is the right choice. I don't know why why is my face not disappearing? What the heck is going on here? Oh man. Anyways, yeah. Looks like things are let's do a quick little camera check here. We have to do yeah, so today we're using resin printer, and let me see. I don't know. Oh, the resin printer is not showing up. Oh, no, there we go. Oh, excellent. How's our light? I think it's looking all right. Oh, we're tilted a little. As you know, yeah, that's kind of how I feel right now. We may have overindulged a little with the boys. But, yeah, so this is the Creality Halot-Sky. Halot-Sky. I don't know how to pronounce it. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it. I should have asked this beforehand. Yeah, this is a sponsored stream. So, yeah, Creality provided this printer. Not sure if you can... It might not look like... You might not be able to see this. But like this thing is huge. Like look at how big this thing is. This is an enormous printer. This is a spool of filament, and you can see that this thing is significantly larger. So yeah, this is a giant resin printer. Yeah, all I've done is taken it out of the box. I haven't given it a test run. I haven't turned it on. I haven't even looked at the instructions. But that's what we're gonna do today. I need to put this up a little bit, or no one's gonna be able to see my face. So yeah, this is what we're doing today. We're doing some resin printing, and yeah. So that's so yeah. I've got this set up here. We probably want to rearrange the furniture a little. Actually, I think we want to get this thing over to the side a bit. But yeah, you get the idea. So this is a large resin printer. and the quality should be almost as the quality should be like it's a 4K mono printer, so the quality should be at least as good as my Frozen 4K, probably better. And oh, get over here. Yep, this is important because yeah, we haven't done any resin printing in ages. We did a whole bunch of resin printing early on in the fairly early in the channel, but this is the first time we're doing it in the new workshop. And yeah, so one of the orders of business today is we're going to take this here box fan, and we're going to try to get it in the window so we can get some of the fumes out. It's going to be hard because there's a table in front of it, but you know, I plan how I'm going to lay this thing out for weeks, and it doesn't dawn on me that I can't actually leave the fan in the window because the fan isn't airtight. It's going to let bugs in. So, yeah, I have no choice but to install this thing last second. I've been hard at work printing boats. I'm not sure if you can see that on the left, but that tray is full of boats. I've been part of what's got me so running so ragged here is that it might not be difficult. It might not be easy to figure this. It might not be easy to see this from a distance, but trying to keep an eye on 4 printers, each running a different exotic filament at the same time, is really hard. So yeah, if like one of them is printing, one of them's printing Arnitel high temperature TPC. It's flexible PETG, and that loves to come off the plate. And another one is printing nylon, and oh, the fan is off. I turned the fan off, and now it's turning into a melted blobby mess. These different materials are behaving so differently in the printers. Like they have properties that you just don't see. Like we've got like this one was a nightmare. This boat is made of Mountain Dew. Hang on a second. We have a few things before we get too deep into this. There are a few things that we have to do. The first is that I got to get this out of here because today's episode is not sponsored by Things. Today's episode is sponsored by Creality, who provided the printer and contributed to the show, and I really appreciate both of those. Looks like we have our very first super chat. A Blade of Kitten, thank you so much for kicking us off. Hello, Lord Zackerman, sounding fancy. How are you doing? I'm getting high on glue making model kit, followed by as many ducks as the super chat text box allows you to put in. Yes, the ducks flow like a river. Building a model. Oh man, what are we building here? Is it like a or is it like a model plane, or are we doing like a gunpla or something? That's pretty neat. I never had the patience to build a model. Okay, so this we got to get out of here. Where did I put that? Creality. I don't have the. All right, so I'm gonna tip my hand here and show how much of a professional I am, especially because I imagine someone from Creality is actually tuned in and listening. But I have been mixing up Creality and Anycubic for ages. I've been talking to one thinking it's the other. Why would I do this? Well, for one, the Creality logo and the Anycubic logo look similar enough that when they're shrunk down to the size of an email icon, they look identical to me. The second thing is my contact at both is named Andy. So I'm dealing with Andy from Anycubic and Andy for Creality. And the product line that they are promoting is very similar. They both have a large format resin printer, and a new high-end FDM printer. And I've been mixing the two companies up, and it's hysterical. I mean, from my point of view. From their point of view, it's probably profoundly frustrating. And the language barrier is probably not helping either. But yeah, that's been going on. A lot of fun stuff going on at the lab. Real quick, now I have to download the Creality logo because I realized that the logo that I thought was a Creality that I had prepared was actually the Anycubic logo. So yeah. In the meantime, let's take a look at some chatteritos. Tim Faircloth says, "Yar, we're all wondering about the whole Cheeto Systems firmware lockdown. I'm not aware of that. I need to look into that. Maybe I'll take a look." Hadrian Rezai says, "Does it require Cheeto Pro, or can we still use the free version of Cheeto Box?" I need to take a look at whatchamacallits. We're going to take a look at the manual and we're going to see what it's all about. I'm definitely going to address this. Definitely going to address this firmware thing. A few folks are talking about. A few folks are talking about resins and fumes and hooking up a duct and stuff. Today I'll show you in a sec, but today we're gonna be using the. Let me see if I can find one with a transparent background. Today we're going to be using Creality's we're using their, let's see, low odor resin. Pardon. So this, I'm not sure if this is distributed. All right. So I don't think this is distributed at Amazon or any meat space places here in the States, but you can buy it directly from Creality. And it's a special 3D printer resin that is supposed to have a very, very low odor. Basically, the volatile compounds in it aren't as active at room temperature. And what this should do is, like, don't worry, we're still gonna open a window, we're still gonna like do all our processing in a fume hood or whatever. But what this gives us is, let me download the image. Come on. Well, now they call it save image. Ah, excellent. Yeah. So this should basically contain it enough that we don't need to vent the printer, and this is important because the Creality, because this printer has an extremely powerful flashlight, and doesn't. Let's see. Can I just drag this onto the stream? Well, let me do that. Oh, very nice. Yeah, this is a very powerful floodlight in it. That. Why is it? Why you gotta be like this, Creality logo? Man, OBS is such a pile of jank. Like I love it. I still think it's one of the most like ready to use open source projects around. But holy crap, is it pure jank? There we go. Excellente. Now we have to go and update this. Anyways, it has a very, very powerful. Why is my face there? Very powerful floodlight, and that needs a powerful fan, and it vents out through, I believe, the bottom, and kind of uses the case itself as a heat sink. So this is going to be pretty cool. Yeah, this is going to be pretty fun. All right, let's see. Let's go to my hotkeys menu and figure out why it's not hiding my face. Where does this? Why is it not showing my face? Oh, because I reorganized everything. There we go. All right, so we definitely want that to show. We want that to hide. Oh man, friggin' OBS is the oh man, our what's the way of saying it? Basically, like, instead of there we go. Look, we have animations. Look at that. Animations. Yeah, so instead of actually properly setting up macros and scripts, like a grown-up, I just have like everything involved in this scene is managed by a very complicated set of overlapping hotkeys on my number pad. Yeah. So yeah, this whole thing is held together by like spit and baling wire. It's great. So yeah, today we're gonna test out this new 3D printer. We're gonna set it up. The unboxing thing is a little passe. Plus I had to take it out so I get a thumbnail so you guys could see what I'm actually like doing today. But yeah, today we're going to set up a fan, and we're going to set up the printer, and we're going to run some stuff off in resin. The question we want to answer is, I've been running off tons of Benchies. Like, I got 3 sitting in front of me, and these are just ones that failed. I think we've probably done about, I want to say we've probably done around 30 Benchies or so. We've basically printed about as many Benchies at this point as we did for the first video, and we're not even halfway through. So that's going to be a very long video. Anyways, we're going to see if we can print a Benchy in resin. Now, I've actually tried this in the past. This is the Benchy, by the way. The Benchy is a little boat that's specifically difficult for. It's especially difficult for FDM printers. It's a benchmark. It's also a cute little boat. And you can see that these, let's see. So the ones I have here are actually showing 2 of the most common things that go wrong. Let's see. So this is showing, oh, there we go. So you see this guy is showing, so you see that wrinkling on the prow? That is caused by overheating filament, and it's basically makes it blobby. It doesn't have enough. It's too it's too cold. It's too hot to solidify to a point. So instead, as it cools, it shrinks a little, and that pulls it back and ruins this. This is one of the hard parts. This is another one. This is another common failure. See, the top looks like a pile of poop, and that's because the filament is not setting up fast enough, so as we lay down one layer, it melts the previous layer. And this causes problems because without enough time to properly set and allow that heat to dissipate, it turns into one giant blob. Now, neither of these problems should happen on a resin printer, right? Neither of these issues should happen on a resin printer. A resin printer instead is going to have a different set of issues. The first is that this could detach. This is a fairly small surface, fairly small contact area. So this might not stick to, this might come off the plate, and it might cause, might come off the plate, or the opposite. It might stick too hard. The second thing is that this is a very chunky model. It's very large, and there's a limit to how far through the resin, how far through the walls a curing floodlight will be able to reach. So we'd want to make sure this doesn't end up with a pocket of resin inside it. So it's going to be a test of setting it up as well as the printer, and it'll give us a chance to compare a resin printer to an FDM printer face to face. They don't, you use them for different things. And we'll have plenty of time to go into that today. But I don't know. The last time I tried to do a Benchy, I set it up basically like generally when you print something on a resin printer, what you usually end up doing is you don't put it flat on the bed like this. Technically, it's like this because they print from the top. They get pulled out upside down. So you don't set it up like this generally. You usually set it up at an angle, right? You set up at angles X, Y, and Z. And basically, in order to max out the chances that a resin print works, you want each layer to have the lowest surface area possible. You want each slice, I should say, to have the smallest possible surface area because that gives a higher chance of detaching from the vat. And that's what I did. But this model isn't really designed to do that. It ended up with like a lot of artifacts and pock marks and just look kind of lousy. So we're going to try setting this up exactly the same as we would normally with an FDM print. Basically, just mess around with this printer. It's been a while since I've had access to a resin printer, or a while since I've been able to use it. And this one is particularly interesting. I was wondering, like, why is there a light here? No, it's just the light from the patron marquee glaring off the headset. Yeah, we got a Shure headset. Next thing we got to do before we jump into it is we have to update our to-do list. We have another couple super chats. All right. Yes, we have to fix Nightbot. I apologize here. I know this is profoundly unprofessional. I'm way behind the 8 ball. Normally I use the night before to set up, but because we have people staying over, they're in my room, so I'm sleeping in the workshop, so I had to spend the time, so like I couldn't set things up because we had an air mattress here where the cameras and stuff are supposed to go, so I'm very far behind the 8 ball. So bear with me for another couple minutes as we get everything set up. And it's going to be nice and easy. Hang on one sec. First thing to do is we're going to go to Nightbot, and we're going to update. Today's episode is not sponsored by a certain 3D printing website. Let's see. There we go. Updated. Okay. And the next thing, we need is the project. We are messing around with the Creality Halot-Sky resin printer. Yes, I know resin is bad for your lungs. We're dealing with it. There we go. And now you can use the bang project command to also remind people stop being concerned trolls that I know what I'm doing. All right, next thing we got to do is let's open up Sublime Text and let's update our to-do list and stuff. So our title is there we go. Halot-Sky. All right, giant resin printer. All right, what's our to-do list here? our to-do list is, I mean, first thing we got to do is we have to set up printer and the fan, right? Next thing we want to do is print some boats. And then afterwards we want to print some other stuff. And yeah, I don't. Yeah, so it's a. Oh, hang on a second. That title is too long. There we go. Okay, so yeah, it's hard to make estimates for something like this because the. All right, there we go. I think we should be ready to roll. Yes. So I don't think it's necessary to remind people about things. Oh wait, I have a. Oh, I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting. I put the. I've put all these things in text documents so I can edit them without having to switch the scene. It's taken a while, but I'm slowly getting used to streaming. It's definitely a learning curve. But yeah, we're the equipment's getting set. So yeah, let's switch back over here. Actually, I want to take a look and make sure all our other cameras are working all right. This one is not working. Oh, right, because we can't plug it in because I destroyed it. I forgot about that. I suppose we could try. We tried just using a USB extension cable, but I don't think it's gonna work. I suppose we could try it. Yeah. So what ended up happening with the so you might be wondering what ended up happening with the air fryer, with the air fryer filament dryer, and well, yeah, the air fryer filament dryer. So it ended up. So the project we were working on last week, right, ended up. Basically, it was a disaster. It ended in a total disaster. And when I say total, I mean it was catastrophic. Yeah, all the electronics we soldered, except for the button. I guess the button was all right. We hadn't hooked up the monitor. But yeah, the encoder was destroyed, the teensy was destroyed, the driver board was destroyed, and the reason why that happened was because that was a mains reference circuit. So the ground, the digital ground internally to the air fryer was connected to the neutral line in the wall directly. And normally this isn't normally the only thing that can really go wrong here is if there's if there's a reversal or a surge or something, it'll blow out the electronics, which, it's neither here nor there. The problem was, and this is why I decided to scrap the project. The problem was, first off, so what ended up happening basically is the digital ground in the air fryer was at a much higher voltage because it's coming out of the wall, right? It's at a much higher voltage. It wasn't isolated from the ground in the USB port. So when I connected both of them, when I had it plugged into USB and to the wall, basically there was probably a voltage difference of, it had to be, I mean, the higher the more likely, but it wouldn't be unreasonable to say it was probably 100 volts, maybe more. And yeah, that flowed through and basically it put a huge voltage on the I/O pins, right? Because they're ground referenced, and it blew those out, and then yeah. So the USB hub did its job, right? It's surge insulated, but it took out the extension cable that it's one of these active repeater cables that I used to connect the USB hub to my computer, and it took that out. So I bought a couple more, but they haven't shown up yet. Yeah, Amazon's not the fastest. So let's switch over to the overhead camera. And let's see if we can get this thing to work over this USB extension. No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, the problem is that we can't just extend the cable because enough voltage, it's using a lot of current. It's sending a lot of data, and the cable is just too long. I'm assuming that enough voltage is dropping. An active cable basically draws extra power from the USB port to make sure that to strengthen the signal, sort of. So unfortunately, it looks like we only have one camera, which is sad. But if I really cared that much about it, I would have made sure that. Yeah. By the way, okay, so just to finish up about the air fryer is in pieces. It's sitting over here. So just to finish up about the air fryer, I decided to scrap the project because we've in adding the controls, we defeated a safety measure. Remember how it was all capacitive touch? The entire control system was capacitive touch. There were no physical controls at all. And that was a safety system, because remember, this is mains referenced. So anything that could conduct electricity, right? Any moving part, right? Anything that I can get my finger on, potentially will short my finger to the ground, like to ground on my on the wall. So it puts me in danger. So first off, anytime from now on, if I plug it into USB, it would blow up. And might cause more damage after it's put together. At least at least it was in pieces, so like it couldn't catch fire. But the second problem is that now, if I push a button, it could be the last thing I do. So I just decided the project was too dangerous. The project was just too dangerous, and I decided to scrap it. So instead, I just went to Home Depot, to Target, to Lowe's, to basically every place that sells toaster ovens, and until I found a toaster oven with a convection feature and a stay-on feature. And of all the suburban stores I went to, there was only a single toaster oven that had both of those features. So yeah, there we go. We have a couple of we got a couple more super chats. Deal with those in a sec. Anyways, yeah, that's it. The project is dead. I'm scrapping it for parts. We are not going to try to do it again. I should have known better, because one of the first things we did was we looked up the chips on it, and I saw that it was an unisolated power supply. Basically, the chip itself was unisolated. There was no transformer isolating the digital circuit, the digital ground from neutral, and immediately on the spot, like, I just brushed it off, because I'm not. The point I'm trying to make here is, like, I'm not omniscient. I learned stuff by doing, right? And one of the problems is I haven't done everything. So the moment I saw that power supply was unisolated, the moment I saw that, and I figured out that ground on digital was connected to neutral on the wall, I immediately should have killed the project on the spot. That should have been an instant stop. There's no getting around that. That should have been an instant stop. The only way to mitigate that would have been to rip out all the driver electronics and add our own power supply and all that. So yeah, this project should never have happened. It was a mistake. I am actually really glad it exploded, because it would have been really dangerous to build that thing, and keep it lying around. The camera survived. The Karaktar asks, did the camera survive? Yes, the camera survived, the USB hub survived, the cable did not. And I ordered, just in case, I ordered more of everything, right? We're getting more cameras in, more cameras, more USB hubs, more cables, but they just didn't show up yet. So, FML. Anyways, let's build some stuff with resin. Why is this over here? 1 second. What's going on here? Why is project title, subtitle, list? Why is this all way over here? There we go. It's pissing me off. All right. Without further ado, hey, we got some super chats going on here. Dr. Dinkle, thank you so much for the kroner. Couldn't continue to be a Patreon. I hope this helps. I really appreciate it. We've had our patrons are great. And look, I'm not expecting a lifetime commitment. Every little bit helps. It makes a colossal difference. I really appreciate the support then, now, and in the future. Honestly, even just watching the show is enough. Ablative Kitten, thank you so much for another super chat. The model kit is a tank. It's an STRV 103B and more ducks. I don't know anything about tanks, but that sounds like a fun model. Ablative Kitten says, another super chat. Wait, is that a Vive base station? It is indeed. I do have an HTC Vive, and yeah, I'm trying to find some way to work it into an episode, because I love playing around in VR, but I just have not figured something out. Yep, it's an OG Vive. I'm on my 4th set of controllers, because I keep mashing the D-pad. I keep mashing the I keep mashing the touchpad down. And you can open it up and fix the touchpad, and I do, and then I mash it down again, I fix it again, and eventually it just gets mashed down too much, it can't click. So, yeah. 1 second. It's sponsored by Creality. There we go. I want to give our sponsors their due. What you might ask, why did I leave the things thing there? Because that was just a joke for one episode. Well, they've renewed my contract, so they're sponsoring some episodes this month as well. So I'm very happy about that, and I decided to leave it in. Anyways, yeah, Pirate Weber, anti-fascist greetings from Germany. Like your videos, love your humor, keep it going. Oh, I plan on it. Thank you very much for the donation. I really appreciate it. Looks like we got one more. Dia Della Toalia says, I'm sorry for slaughtering her name. I'm American. My Halot-1 arrived today. Live unboxing in Spanish this Monday. What are the differences between the Halot-Sky and 1? I'm going to be honest. I don't really know. I haven't done a lot of research on this thing. What do you think? Maybe it's yeah, I don't know. What do you say we switch things over to my other machine, and let's take a look. So let's see, Halot-Sky versus 1, because I don't actually know what we're getting into here. I feel like it's important to check this out because I'll know what to look for. So let's go to Creality's blog. By the way, if you like anything you see today, you can buy it all using links in the description. We're not doing any. Unfortunately, we can't do any giveaways today, but the price is pretty good. There's a little deal going. You can even get the resin we're using today, and all those links are in the description. So it looks like the Halot-Sky is significantly larger, has a higher resolution, and is it's much more expensive. It's about, yeah. So let's see. The Halot-1 is a looks like 1620 by 2560 resolution. It's an odd way to orient that. Yeah, so the resolution's about it's about half the resolution in the x-axis, and it looks like the Halot-Sky is about 50% larger on all 3 dimensions, on x, y, and z. The x, y, and I would assume the z-axis is probably about the same. I wouldn't be surprised. And the Halot-1 is about $260. The Halot-Sky is $1,000. So it looks like this printer here, from what I'm seeing here, it looks like the Halot-Sky is just a larger version. Yeah. It looks like it's just about the same. Hang on a second. The Halot-Sky says it uses a new generation of light source technology. Adopt reflection integral structure to realize precise optical layout. I kind of want to take it apart now. Maybe after we print with it a few times, we'll take it apart and actually take a look at what the optics are. And reinforced Z-axis structure embraces both stability and fineness for more stable operation. I did notice that Z-axis is serious business, so we'll take a close look at that. So it looks like basically the Halot-Sky is significantly larger, significantly more expensive, and it is using a modernized light source and Z-axis, which should make it more stable. Yeah, and I was told that this should last a lot. Like, one of the the 2 big problems that happen with resin printers is that the LCD is either bleached by the light or it burns out by the heat. And apparently this has, I think, dedicated cooling for the LCD, which prevents that from happening. And also, the light sources tend to produce dark spots over time. They tend to like fade and grow uneven. But this is using some sort of optics that spread multiple light sources around or something. Basically, it should last far longer than I am going to use it before it causes any problems. But yeah, the quality should be exceptional. This is a 4K 5-inch screen, I think. So this should be approximately as good as my for all intents and purposes, the quality of this thing should be as good as the Frozen Mini, or Frozen Sonic Mini, probably higher, because the Frozen Sonic Mini is only, I think, a 4-inch screen, and it's 4K. The problem is that there are almost no resins that can actually reproduce details that small. I've never owned a resin that can actually resolve details that tiny. So for all intents and purposes, the quality is the same. Colin Mills, thanks a lot for the super chat. $6.90. Yes. Aerator says Zach's chair is nasty. Yeah, this fake pleather stuff is terrible. It's the chair's not dirty. It's the chair looks dirty, but what's actually going on here is it's got this disgusting pleather stuff that's coming apart, and the fake leather under the surface is like the dye for my shirt rubs off on it, so it looks awful. I haven't. Yeah, I need it to be reupholstered, but I can't figure out any way to remove the cushions. This chair is not designed to be disassembled at all. It's supposed to be put together and then never moved out of that room. It was a nightmare to bring here. Without further ado, by the way, there's no Mio today. This is an Americano that our house guests, brought to me. So yeah, thank you very much, Twitch and Nico. Yeah, I had some of the Stevens folks over. It was nice. All right, so yeah, without further ado, let's well, what happened here? What's going on? What's going on? Why is our camera not working? What's going on here? Are we not powered up? We're not plugged in. Oh, it would help if I turned the power strip on, wouldn't it? Power strip doesn't do very much when it's turned off, huh? Funny how that works. There we go. At least I don't have to restart the capture card. By the way, you see that fire extinguisher? Yep. So, yeah, here's our setup. Let me explain what's going on here. We have our printer here. We have our window here it's relevant. And this is the Boxmo enclosure. Am I still in frame? Let's raise this a little bit. So that's the Boxmo enclosure that used to... And I'm going to drop this down a little bit. This is hard to frame up because I can't see myself. There we go. Yeah, so this is the Boxmo enclosure that used to have a printer in it. I decided we don't need that anymore because now we have a Squirt Barris. I've renamed Squirt Stephanie to Squirt Barris. Now we have Squirt Barris with an enclosure, so I don't need two printers with enclosures. So I knocked the back out of this. See? There we go. Yep, I knocked the back out, so we can use this as our fume hood when it comes time to cure the parts. The printing shouldn't really so this actually we'll get into this in a sec. But yeah, let me take this off. This hasn't been I haven't assembled anything. Literally all I did was take this out of the box. So in here it actually has what looks like a little intake. Has this little fan with what looks like a filter on it within the printer itself. So I think this thing is actually filtering its exhaust already, which is pretty neat. So I don't see this thing making a tremendous amount of I don't see this thing making a tremendous amount of odor. The problems are going to show up when we're curing it, when it comes time to wash it and expose it. So that's what this is for. Should contain all the farts and make our lives really easy. So yeah, but yeah, look at they're not kidding about the Z-axis. Look at this thing. Let me get back here and zoom in a little bit. Yeah, I fitted the zoom lens. I actually dropped the zoom lens the other day, and it's being a little sticky. So, yeah. Man, this job is hard. Yeah. So the Z-axis really is like heavy duty. This is like a pretty rad looking low backlash lead screw, giant glob of grease here. But we got two bearings. We got two fancy-looking linear bearings. So, yeah, let's, what do you say we get into it? Patter, let's get at her. So, let's see. We got the warranty. Very important I fill this out. I want to, if something goes wrong, I want to get my sponsorship back. I I want to give my sponsorship back. Oh, we got a couple of super chats here. Mitsuo Level says, one day I'd like to be a house guest to you and also Joel. That'd be two dreams come true. You guys are amazing and seem fun. Thank you. Red Panda says, any plans for resin video like the filament one? Thank you a lot for the super chat, by the way. Yes, we are going to do every resin. The every resin episode is much more complicated than every filament episode for a bunch of reasons. I'm actually going to zoom in further because I forgot that my face is actually visible on the face cam. So yeah, there we go. Let's try to give you folks a good shot of the printer. I don't know if, like, my Jewish side wants me to pronounce it as halot, like multiple challahs, which are delicious, because the only thing better than a challah is more than one. So let's see, we have a calibration card. I'm glad it told us what it was. We have a 3D printer user manual. We're definitely going to look through this. We have the warranty. We have a few accessories here. We have a little cover for the vat. Flimsy plastic, but the idea is, like, the vat for this thing is enormous, by the way. Like look at, it's like, here's my hand. The vat is ridiculously huge. This thing could probably hold, like, oh, by the way, here's our resin. Yeah, there we go. 3D printer UV sensitive resin. The bottom is bulging. I think that the low pressure air here in Colorado is causing this bottle to bulge. So we're going to open this very carefully. But yeah, it's a steel, or it's an aluminum bottle, and yeah, to make sure that absolutely no light can get in. And this is their transparent green low odor resin. And I think this is actually a special color that they're sending out just for, yeah, see other. It's a special color they're sending out just for reviewers, so this is going to be neat. We also have an orange, which I have been assured is disgusting looking. Anyways, this thing can probably hold at least half, probably like a half a friggin' jug of resin. So yeah, we have a little cover to keep the stink in. Let's see what else we got here. We have some extra FEP films. Hopefully we don't have to install them. It's not hard. It's just kind of obnoxious. I'm glad they include extras, though. This is nice. Basically, the way a resin printer... I'll explain the way a resin printer works, but this is one of the consumable parts. This is sort of like... this is sort of the resin printer equivalent of like the bed covering for your 3D printer, like the PEI sheet. Sort of. It's sort of like the PEI sheet, but it's like in reverse because stuff's not supposed to stick to it. It's pretty neat. I'll explain what's going on here in a sec. And we have a whole bunch of accessories. Let's see. Oh, this is neat. We have ourselves a bunch of paper filters with very fine paper filters with very fine mesh in the bottom, and this is for straining out the plastic, or straining out the resin before we return it to its bottle for storage. I actually have a bunch of coffee filters, but these will work. These are better designed for the job. Depending on how thick the resin is, coffee filter doesn't always work. Let's see, we've got ourselves a paintbrush, just a natural bristle brush, probably for. This is probably for cleaning stuff down with alcohol. Natural bristles are not attacked by any solvent used in resin. So they're fine. We have ourselves an offset spatula, a scraper. This is the this is the nuclear option for getting stuff off the bed. Stuff can stick to the bed pretty hard in resin printing. I've never had anything fully fuse itself on, but if we do, this is the nuclear option. I find that, we'll see though. I mean, it was a different brand of printer. This is a plastic spatula. We're going to use this to, after we're done printing, just scrape any just plow any residue off the vat, just so that because like if any little bits stick to the vat and cure, they'll block light on the next print or the next layers, and they'll punch a hole in the print. So we just have to take care of it. Resin printers need a bit more. There are a bit more things to keep on top of to take care of them, but honestly, I don't think they're that much harder than 3D printers, or than FDM printers. We have ourselves 3 Allen keys, probably for disassembly. This thing arrived fully assembled. Resin printers are much simpler, and we have 4 screws that we can use to attach the hood to the top of this, which I guess there's no reason not to do. I'm going to check the instructions first because there might be some steps that are easier to do before we attach the lid. So yeah, let's see. We've got ourselves a diagram of it. A hexalobular socket screw. Is it really hexalobular? I don't know what that means. Has 6 lobes, I suppose. It says filaments. Common rigid photosensitive resin, standard resin, height hardness, high toughness, dental model resin. There we go. Oh, we need a Windows 7 or above system. I hope I have one. All right. Let's see. So we've got all our list of accessories. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. So it is telling us the first thing to do is actually. Yeah, it's telling us first thing to do is to attach the lid, but the first thing I'm going to do is to take off the, first thing I'm going to do is let's take off the bed, because it's not coming off. It's in too low. I was going to say it was easier to take that off before we put the lid on, but I guess it is not to be. So yeah, let's see. So this goes on. I wish I had 2 cameras. I can't believe I blew that up. Oh man, that gave me a real scare. Like, I tried to play it cool, but I'm gonna be honest, that left me rattled all night. Plugging in a project and seeing it explode. It's just, I mean, no matter. It's not the first time I've blown anything up, right? And I generally am not. Generally not so jumpy, but that really gave me a good spoop. My pocket just vibrated. I'll hang on one sec. I'll check back on chat momentarily. There we go. It's tradition to use the Allen key that's included with it. It's part of the fun. I think Brooke was assembling some IKEA furniture previous day, and I think she completely forgot that I had Allen keys, like the super fancy German Allen keys. I wonder if there's a German equivalent of the name Allen, like as a joke, because yeah. There we go. All right. Oh, this is neat. Yeah, there's no stupid power supply to forget which one it is for this. It just plug in a cable in the back, plug in AC cable in the back, and there you go. I think while we got this turned around, let's do exactly that. Let's plug this in and plug this in. Yeah, then we'll be able to move the bed up and out of the way. Let's see. Then we'll be able to move the bed up out of the way, and we can pull out the rest of the protective film. Also, we have a protector up here. We'll peel off that film in the most satisfying of ways. It's on the to-do list. Oh, got some interesting care packages here. Some cool stuff for future streams arrived in the mailbag. We have some 3D printed headphones, and we have a 3D scanner. We're gonna be checking those out in future streams. I want to do some 3D scanning forever. Make a tiny Brooke and like put her head on a dinosaur or something. Make her ride on a dinosaur. There's gonna be a dinosaur involved. Is kind of what I'm saying. All right, let's turn this thing on and see if it explodes. Now I'm totally paranoid about everything. What happened here? Oh, there it is. Oh, we have a little superhero guy. Let me turn this. Let me tilt this down a little bit and zoom us out so you can see what's going on. There we go. How are we doing on focus? Are we looking good? There we go. All right. So here we are. What do you think? Should we peel the film now, or should we peel it later? Let's peel it now. Here we go. Prepare for satisfaction. Oh, it's the best part. It's the best part. Ablative Kitten, thank you so much for the super chat. She says, "Put Brooke on a duck." What is up with the ducks? We're gonna make some ducks. she's beating me down. Sooner or later, the ducks have to happen. All right, so let's see what we got here. So let's see. Let's open this up. Oh, it's got these little metal tabs here. Keep this from tilting back too far. The top is made of acrylic. Actually, the top is made of acrylic, and I wonder if this is going to fog up over time. That's weird. There seems to be a screw. A screw seems to have escaped and made its way onto the magnets to hold the lid down. So, yeah. This looks like it's made of acrylic, and acrylic's attacked by isopropyl alcohol. Pardon, so it makes me wonder if the... it makes me wonder if this is going to fog up over time. Maybe not. I mean, I'm sure they thought it through, but I don't know. Acrylic spoops me. All right, so let's try to raise this bed. Let's go to settings. There's no beep. We need to bring ourselves a beep. So yeah, resin printers are very simple compared to FDM printers. There's only a single, for nearly all of them, there's only a single moving part, and that is the z-axis. What's going on here is basically inside this base station is a really powerful ultraviolet floodlight, and that passes through basically a monochrome LCD screen. It's literally a monochrome LCD screen. And this vat here, this tray, is filled with resin. See, there's only a single control for single axis, and yeah. So let's try to raise this. There we go. We'll have it home itself. It's only a single axis, and I've got this. Let's pull out the film here. And yeah, we fill this thing up with resin, and the bed drops down. The floodlight turns on for a split second, exposing any parts of the resin where the LCD isn't blocking them, and that solidifies instantly and fuses to the plate. Then it raises the bed a tiny bit, and we're talking tiny. Layer height in FDM is much thicker than the layer height in resin. Yeah, layers in resin have to be like a fifth of FDM, something like that. Get out of there. Anyways, yeah, that's how it works. So it builds it up layer by layer, and the bottom of the vat, let's pull it out here. The vat's removable. Let's see. Pull that out and keep these here. So yeah, this is the vat, and you can see the bottom of it is clear. It's actually, you actually want to give it a little flick. So the bottom of it is a very thin sheet of material called FEP. I think it's similar to Teflon, and stuff doesn't stick to it. Because if you think about it, what happens is when the light turns on, you can see the display here just a little. You see that shiny part? That's the display. I'm going to replace this because we don't want anything to happen to the display. But yeah, basically when the light goes on, it cures some of the resin, and that effectively glues the plate to the vat. So when we lift it up, we want to make sure that it sticks to the plate but not the vat. And that's the purpose the FEP is. So if we keep it in good shape, that should last for dozens of prints. Eventually, though, it will start to get cloudy. We scratch it as we scrape it clean. Little flecks of resin build up on it. So yeah. But this is, yeah, let's see how large it was. This is a giant screen. One cool thing, by the way. Oh, we have a few super chats. I'll explain that in a sec. Let's see. Super chatskis. Did I miss any? Let's see. Here we go. Akalia, nice to see you on stream. Thank you very much. Zack, would you rather hug a duck-sized fox or a fox-sized duck? I mean, a fox is about this big and a duck is about this big, so... I mean, it would be nice to... Maybe I'd hug a duck that's as fuzzy as a fox. I feel like that would be nice until it, like, bites my ear or something. I feel like I'd rather hug a fox than a duck. I don't think a duck would enjoy being hugged very much. I don't think that would be... I think that would be a bit of a one-way experience. Ablative Kitten, thank you so much for another super chat. If I have to be pushed into a duck-based prank, I'm going to push some of the duck brand onto you. Oh, my... Play some Nerf, do some ducking there. All right, so let's see what else we got here. All right, so yeah, we've got a big screen. Let's take a look at our bed. Let's give that a little inspection. See, there's no film on it. It looks like this is anodized aluminum, which is neat. Usually these are brushed steel. So I guess it's safe to say that roughening this up with sandpaper is out of the question. That's what you do if your parts aren't sticking to your bed, you can rough it up with sandpaper. But I don't think that'll work here because anodized aluminum is about as hard as sandpaper. Besides, this has like a texture on it. I'm kind of curious how this will work because if you think about it, because it's anodized, it's not a metal. We're not printing onto a metal surface. We're printing onto we're printing onto an aluminum oxide surface. So we're basically printing onto a ruby. Or corundum, I think. Whatever. Point is, we'll see how all that works. So yeah, this thing is going to need to be leveled. You do need to level a resin printer the same as an FDM printer. Let's see. So yeah, we settings here are really simple. Our settings are just all right. So it looks like we can use the screen to select parameters. There are far fewer. All right, a couple of things here. There are far fewer parameters in Resin than there are in FDM. In FDM, like there's motion settings, there's like extrusion multipliers, there's all kinds of stuff. With this, it's just timing, right? How long do we expose it before we raise it up? How long do we spend raising it up? Do we raise it up a little higher and then drop it back down to let extra drip off? How long do we wait in between frames to allow the light to rest and to allow the resin to flow back towards the center of the vat? That's pretty much it. Another cool thing. This is the fun part. Long-time viewers know that I'm very skeptical about large form factor 3D printers and large form factor printing in general, because the longer your print goes, the higher chance something goes wrong. But this is different in resin. But resin behaves significantly differently when you are doing large prints, and that's because So on a 3D printer, the more you have in the more stuff you have in the X, Y, or Z direction, the longer this takes to print. But in a resin printer, the only thing that affects the time is the Z. Because if you think about it, it's exposing the entire layer at once. Remember, it's shining a floodlight through an LCD screen. So the entire layer gets printed at a single time. So it doesn't matter how much stuff we put in the XY. The tallest object is the sole thing that determines how long the print takes. So once we have this thing dialed in, basically what I'm saying here is that once we have this thing dialed in, we have settings that we know work, and we know things are going to stick to the plate and all that, we can run off as much as we want at one time. We can cram that plate coast to coast. And as long as we keep the tallest object fairly short, we can run off tons of stuff during this episode. So I do intend to do some real printing here. But yeah, that's one thing that makes resin printers different from FDM printers. That said, more geometry in the XY axis does increase the chances that something sticks to the plate or something sticks to the FEP. But on balance, you can print as much as you want. That's, by the way, for the D&D episode, right? For the D&D episode and for the mechanical keyboard episode, we did some 3D printing with resin, and we had tons of stuff in those episodes. And the way we were able to pull that off so quickly is because for the D&D episode, right? It doesn't matter if you're printing one figure or 5 or 10 figures, as long as it's just the tallest one that determines it. We're gonna see that in action. So let's get back to our instructions here. All right, so we have our settings. Let's see, it has the Chinese and English at the same place. It's very confusing. All right, so let's see. So yeah, the clean, we're not going to push clean here, but basically after we're done printing for the day and we dump the resin out of the vat back into the bottle, we use the clean, and that just turns off the LCD and blasts the vat with full power ultraviolet light, and that basically solidifies any remaining drops of resin, so we can just scrape them off with the plastic scraper. And that's like the self-clean cycle. So let's see what else we got here. System setting, language refresh. Oh, this is Wi-Fi. Oh, that's neat. Let's connect this thing to the Wi-Fi. Yeah, there we go. Am I gonna have to type in a password on a? Am I gonna have to type in a password on our tiny screen, or is this using WPA or whatever, like the quick pair? Let's see. Yeah, this also might not be implemented. This is also important. We may have a few weird issues because this is a very new unit. It might be running beta firmware. So it looks like that's the case here. So it looks like we don't have Wi-Fi. Let's see what else. Yeah, language. What's refresh do? Oh, it's upgrade. All right. So we'll check if there are any updates. Device binding. Oh, can we print from a phone? That's pretty neat. Yeah, somebody scan your QR code there. All right. Next thing to do is homing. Here we go. Let's do some homing. Homing and leveling is super easy, by the way. Homing and leveling over a resin printer is super easy. We're going to take this card, we're going to put it in here. Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to loosen the what the heck? I mean, the Allen key is a tiny bit too big. There we go. So yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to loosen these 4 screws holding the bed in place, and what you'll see is that there's a lot of play here, right? Like when I've loosened this a little bit, you can see there's a lot of play. This thing is jiggling around like crazy, and that is that's deliberate. There's a lot of play built into this thing because that's how you level it. So we've loosened this up. We have our card in place to protect the FEP. So let's go. We're going to go back. We're going to go Z-axis. We're going to hit auto homing. Is it not working? Oh wait, no, leveling, not auto homing. So we're gonna hit level, and you see it's just dropping it straight down. So what it's gonna do is mash the plate into the display, and then while it's being pressed flat, we just tighten up the screws again, and there you go. That's it. That's all it takes to level it. Now we know for a fact that the bed and the vat are going to and the monitor are going to be parallel. The display. I'm gonna change its name a lot. Yeah, we know that the display, the printing area, sort of, and the plate are going to be parallel because we're tightening them directly against each other. So it's pretty neat. And this is basically it. Like, resin printers are very, very simple and easy to set up compared to. They're really easy to set up compared to FDM printers. So yeah, it's been pressed flat. We're just gonna make sure it's bottomed out, and then we tighten it up, and that's it. We're leveled. We're ready to rock. I wouldn't be surprised if this shipped leveled, but there's no reason not to check it. Yeah, we've got this giant lead screw here. And an enormous glob of grease on it. It has a giant glob of grease. It's huge. It's huge. It's a huge glob of grease. Biggest glob of grease I've ever seen. I almost want to wipe it up. Right. So that's that. Let's see if there's anything else standing out in the menu or in the manual. Looks all right. Let's bring this back up. We can put in some vat. So put some resin into the vat. Yeah. Oh, all right. When I said before that I think this thing can hold half a bottle, I was half correct because it does have a marking at the 500 milliliter level, but it also has a mark at the 1 liter level. So this vat can actually hold an entire bottle of resin. So I guess if you're doing like a ton of prints, then this is fine. One of the challenges with doing a high volume print is running out of resin part way, because the vat can only hold so much. So if I wanted to do a large print on my my Frozen Mini, I would have to stop it part way so I could get in there and top up the vat. But this thing can hold an entire bottle of resin, which is really cool. All right, I think that's it. Let me see. My phone's going a little bit crazy. Let's see if everything is all right. Oh, Cyberdeck Cafe has let me. Cyberdeck Cafe notified me a few minutes ago that the chatbot was still saying I'm sponsored by things. I don't think it should. It should say we're sponsored by Creality, because Creality sponsored this episode. All right, before we start pouring in any resin, before we get into any of that crap, we got a few things. We got a few things to do. First, let's keep going through our bag here. Let's see. We have a little token that says qualified certificate. So this is definitely a certificate. It's been qualified. And over here, we have the data card. And I could tell because it has a sticker on it that says the data card. There you go. So yeah, we'll plug this into the computer, get everything infected by viruses, and install the software. And yeah, then we'll look into this firmware lock, or this proprietary, whatever this issue is. We'll look into that and address it. Quiggle says the thin sheet can tear. Ask me how I know. Yeah, the FEP sheets have a limited lifespan. They're only intended. They only last for a few dozen prints. It's part of the It's part of. Oh yeah, Brooke says my cuticles, I need to fix them. Yeah, I'm in bad shape. This is a pretty. You should see my schedule. It's pretty scary looking. Yeah. Anyways, let's do this one thing at a time. So, what was the? So let me scroll back and actually check what the question was, because it was a good one. Let's see, it was a good one here. Let's see, we can fix the touchpad. Blah 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 blah. Chad asks, are you considering building a fill extruder kit? No, the cost savings for the amount I print and the amount of filament I already have, the cost savings is never going to come into play. I'm never going to make back the $2,000. Also, I have S2 says Zack hurt my feelings. Well, sorry about that. Looks like it blew off the. Looks like it got blown off the top of the. Got blown off the top of the thing. Let's see. Oh, we've important questions here. Keeper asks, does Zack get to keep it? I do. And has he named it yet? I have. This is. Let's see. My old printer, or I sort of have. My old printer, the frozen printer, I'm calling. I did call it Frozen Bloom, but that was kind of boring. Because people who didn't grow up surrounded by a lot of Jewish people aren't gonna like. They're gonna think of something different. So instead, I'm calling it. The old one is called Sticky Ricky, and with this one, I'm thinking of calling it maybe like Sticky Mickey or Sticky Vicky. Something sticky, because like we got a squirt theme going with the the FDM printers and all that. Yeah, the air fryer blew up last stream. Okay, basically, let's see. So I was told that there was a special firmware or a special slicer for this. Resin printers use slicers the same way. They use slicers the same as. Same as FDM printers, but the slicers work differently, because if you think about it, a slicer on FDM is very complicated, right? It's calculating a very complex tool path that this thing has to follow. This very complicated, basically four-dimensional. It's four-dimensional set of marching orders, because it has to tell it where to go X, Y, Z, and extrude. So it's this four-dimensional set of marching orders, very complicated. The acceleration matters, all that. With this. It's doing this slicer does two things. First, it just collects all the parameters, like how long it should expose the layers. The second is it's a slideshow. It literally slices up your model into images, into slices that are black and white images, because that's what it is. It's a black and white LCD that's displaying it. So that's all the slicer is doing, is turning it into a slideshow. It does other stuff like, it adds supports. You'll see supports are a little different. But yeah, we're gonna, let's see. Let's see if I've, just double check if I've missed anything. JS, thanks a lot for the super chat. Allen key in German is an Imbus Schlussel. I'm sure I slaughtered that. That's pretty funny. Huh. Yeah, a lot of people try to call them hex keys here, but we know it's an Allen wrench. All of them for free, all of them for me. All right, what was I doing? It's one of those days, All right, let's see what this is called. It's called USB drive, and it's 14 gigabytes. That's odd. Okay, so it looks like we have. I'm not going to start. I'm not going to start readjusting the. Should I mess with the resolution? I think I should probably mess with the resolution. So let's just do that real quick. Go to our display settings and resolution. Switch this over to 200%. There we go. All right. So let's move Discord over here in case somebody sends me something raunchy. Don't want that showing up on the internet forever. We have instruction manual. We have a video out of the box. Do we want to watch Creality's video? Let's take a quick look. Da 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 da. Alright, so we basically done all this. Resin printers really are so simple that you can be told how to use them in a 1.5 minute video. Yeah. So it's a nice little demo. So yeah, the vac gets attached over the LCD. We pour in some resin. This resin is opaque. The resin we're going to be using is clear. You see the black gasket on the bottom? It's going to keep the vapor inside the printer. And then we just plug in the sliced file, and that's it. Yeah, it's pretty easy. So you see that like it's going all the way to the bottom. It's raising a tiny bit of a tiny layer, and you see how it's wobbling because it actually overlifts it. It pulls it a little further than necessary. It doesn't just raise to the height of the next level. It pulls it up a few millimeters too high and then drops back down. And the reason it does that is because the FEP sheet is flexible, right? So like when you pull it up, it kind of bows. So if we're lucky and it works, we're actually going to hear like a boom sound whenever it like raises up. We're going to hear a boom, like a little boop, just a little plunking sound as the sheet gets pulled up and releases with a little twang. JS, thanks a lot for the super chat. Says, "Yep, you did. Excellent, excellente." Brooke is sending me prawns. Trying to publicly shame me. I feel like I've been very forthcoming about my prawn addiction. I tried to do the no shellfish November. No crustacean November. I never managed to pull it off. Anyways, let's install this virus. And so this is their special version of Cheeto Halot-Box. So I guess this answers the question. I think this uses theirs. We'll see if it's all right. Cheeto box is fine. It's Oh, we have a few. We got a few issues here. It looks like we got some pop-ups. Failed to create OpenGL context for format. Allow this to communicate. Yes, we want this to talk to the internet, but it looks like it's not working. Looks like it's crashing. I see. Yeah. All right. Well, then the included version looks like it's crashing on my system. But again, like, this is the nature of. I mean, this is kind of the nature of pre-release products. So, yeah, this is kind of the nature of pre-release products. We're already on the website. I don't know why it's not letting me close this fake chat window. But, let's see if we can download it from here. Let's see. Where is it? How do we Yeah, there we go. Download. So we want Resin Firmware Halot series. So I guess they all run... let me see here. I guess they're all running the same firmware. They're running standardized firmware. I guess let's see. Worst thing that happens is we brick our printer, and I don't know what we'll do. Play video games for the rest of the stream, I guess. All right. Let's see what we got. Let's extract this. Let's see. Uploading the firmware should be fairly simple. I'm guessing that all we have to do is put on the flash drive. Update introduction. Features. Add setting the number of layers. All right, we're just going to open this up. Let's see. Microsoft Word. Be careful. Files from the internet can contain viruses. Unless you need to edit, it's safer to stay in protected view. You'd think that they would. You think they would eventually write. You think that they would eventually write a version of Office that isn't vulnerable to cross-site scripting or whatever it's called. But there we go. I did slaughter the pronunciation. Oh no. Let's see. Captain Nico in chat is the Canadian distributor for the printer. Oh, awesome. Very nice. Cool. Thank you, Brooke, for bringing that to my knowledge. Let's see if there's instructions in here for updating the firmware. I'd imagine it's very simple, but yeah, no, I don't want to brick it. All right. So it looks like there was let's see. So it looks like so the problem we were having before with connecting to Wi-Fi, we have to connect our phone first. Hey, Cordy, thanks a lot for the super chat. Just stopping by to show some support. Distract myself from finals on Monday. Good luck. Oh, there's a little troubleshooting flowchart. Thanks a lot for the super chat. It's very generous. I really appreciate it. I hope the show is a good one. Having some fun. Let's see. Telling me all about. Huh. Hang on a second. Oh, wait a sec. We got some. Sorry, it's got a list of filaments and plastics in the back, and it's got 2 filaments on it that I never heard of before. One of them is called PDS Advertising Word Filament, and I don't know what that is. We're going to have to look that up. But the other one, and this is one I've never heard of and I'm sure actually exists, is Pcl Low Temperature Filament. It says it prints at a mere 60 degrees Celsius. I've never even heard of that. I think we're going to have to get a hold of some of that for every filament episode. So I'm guessing that updating the firmware is not that difficult because there aren't any instructions for it, it looks like. So, yeah. Let's give it a, yeah, all right. So, let's take this. I'm guessing SWU doesn't stand for Swiggity Swooty. I'm assuming it's standing for software update. So let's throw that in there. 160 megabytes. That might take a few seconds to flash. Why is this so... what's going on here? Why are you being so slow, flash drive? It's because you're already tied up downloading viruses? All right, so let's, in the meantime, look around for... what are these? LD? Oh, did I download the wrong... oh, nope, it says Halot firmware. All right, so we want our Halot box for Windows 64. There we go. Oh, they have a little 3D... they have their own 3D scanner. Huh, it's neat. What's this? A 3D pad. What's that? What's a 3D pad? Is it like a special computer for running your 3D printers? That's pretty neat. Dan Wolf Chronom says, remove VAT and level again. Video showed that. Oh, crap, we are supposed to level without the VAT. Oh, I'm dumb. Yep, good eye. Thank you for the super chat, and thank you for saving my bacon. Yes, we will do we'll do exactly that once we're back over there. All right, so let's download. We have the new Halot box. Let's run it. All right, there we go. Let's see if this works any better. If it still crashes, then I guess we're screwed. I mean, what can I say? Don't crash, please. Oh, it crashed. Oh boy. All right. Let's see. It's not letting me move the error message around, so we're gonna have to drop this down a little bit. Failed to create OpenGL context. Blah blah blah. This is most likely caused by not having necessary graphics drivers installed. Install a driver providing OpenGL 2 or higher. If this is not possible, make sure the Angle OpenGL ES 2.0 emulation libraries are available in the application executables directory or a location listed in path. What on earth is going on here? You think I could get... I don't know what to do here. I think we get away with just... yeah, and I can't move the error messages over to put them on screen. So, crap. We could try the phone app. Maybe we can slice directly from the app on our phone. What do you think about that? Yeah, what do you think about them apples? Can we slice straight from our phone? Because if that's the case, look at. Oh, hang on a second. You gotta see this. Here, we're gonna open this up a little bit. Check where it says resin on top here. Wait till it goes back. Wait till it says resin. I'm gonna refresh. Yeah, look at that. It says resin.
Captain Nico says you can use Lychee.
Captain Nico says.
Giving other helpful comments that you should look at.
Brooke is telling me in many words, read chat. So I will do so. Looks like we have some information. Let's see here. Captain Nico says you can use Lychee. Lychee, whatever it is. Let's check it out. Lychee Slicer. There we go. Let's see what we got here. Captain Ego says, phone app is not developed yet. Well, it's a good thing we dodged that bullet, huh? All right, so let's download Lychee Slicer 3. Let's see if that works any better. There we go. Installing OpenGL. Yeah. Let's see here. I don't think we'll give it a shot with Lychee Slicer, and if that doesn't work, we'll also try just your basic Chi2 box. Although I was specifically told that I don't think this works with Chi2 box. So well, look, let's find out. It's Lychee. I've been corrected several times now. All right, let's let this thing go online. Let's drag this over here. I'll sell my soul. There we go. By France. It's a French company. I'm a very fast reader. All right, looks. Do I have to register? Does it? Let's see. Do I have to register, or can I continue without it? It looks like it's making me register. Dude, man, bro. Dude, bro. All right, I like these disposable emails. My password is all right. That's fine. Feel free to steal my account. There we go. Let's just hope it doesn't make me confirm it, because I don't know. I've used that email address so many times. Let's see. All right, let's see. So this is a site called Mailinator that basically you can send. They have a bunch of domains such as mailinator.com, and you just type in anything. Like you type in like literally anything at mailinator.com or at spamherelots.com, and their server will receive it, and you can check it. So let's see. Let's see, I used dudebro at spamherelots.com, and I assume it's not going to work. Yeah. All right. Let's see. See if it lets me log in anyways. I guess not. Why do you need my freaking email address? Let's see. See if that works. Otherwise, let's really quick set up a disposable Gmail address. There are a whole bunch of sites that'll get you temporary Gmail addresses. So let's create a new one. There we go. Let's see. I just hope I never need to log in again. There we go. Boop, boop. Now, I hate giving out my email address unless I absolutely have to. Let's see. There we go. So it looks like they're getting smart to Mailinator and to their domains. All right, that should work. Let's see how well. Let's see what's going on here. Are we good? Are we good? Get free products. Oh boy. There's no such thing as a free product. You are the free product. Let's oh, that's kind of neat. Gives us a little schematic of not a schematic, but like gives us a little diagram of the circuit board. Never seen that on a resin printer. What's going on here? Why does a free slicer need to validate us online? That's not strictly necessary. Can't wait for a good open source alternative to show up. I don't know why my mouse cursor on stream is much smaller than my mouse cursor on the monitor. That's very weird. In the meantime, let's wrong button. In the meantime, let's switch back over here and do this properly. Switch back over and actually level this in a way that's not going to destroy the printer when I try to print. You level too low and it can crack the screen. You can try to push the bed through the display and just crack the panel, which sounds like a bad time. Leveling. There we go. Let's make sure the card is lined up perfectly. Very nice. Enable 3D printing history. No, don't save anything. I'm not interested in giving anyone free information. Choose my printer. All right, let's switch back here. Boop. All right, what's our printer? We're using a Creality Halot-Sky. Oh, that's kind of neat. Gives us a free owl. All right, this looks pretty simple. Looks like we can do just add some basic shapes. Comes with a free. Oh, is this a chicken? Is that what this is? I do like to pick up chicks. All right. So we can. I suppose we could print a chicken. We have a bunch of. Let me think. What could we print? In the meantime, I'm gonna switch back over here. So let's. Yeah, what can we print? So I've got some stuff from the resin printing episode. We could jump directly to running off boats. I don't think I want to go directly to running a Benchy off. I printed some cool stuff for the resin episode with Billy. I still have some of those models. We can also go on a certain 3D modeling website and download something new. We have a whole bunch of options here. We can't just jump directly into printing though, because we still have to make some ventilation. I still gotta figure out how we're gonna get this fan into the window. I've been kicking this can down the road, and it's finally time to pay the piper. This is like listening to my stream. It's like watching a 20-car pileup, except the cars are metaphors. So let's see. This is gonna go all the way up to the top. In the meantime, let's zoom out so we can see all the carnage. What are we doing here? It looks like we're a little overexposed, aren't we? There we go. There we go. All right. So we got ourselves a fan. Already have. Yeah. I know we have a lot of regulars in chat, but I think this is my biggest fan. I guess there's one in my ceiling. Let's see. Yeah, which I can turn on now. It's so nice, and it's got so nice in here now. I can turn on the fan because this thing has a little muff over it. Ah, excellent. All right, so we've got ourselves a fan. Let's see how this stacks up. This should be about the same size. Yeah, it doesn't fit inside, but it's about the same size. So, yeah. Let's see. This comes with what the hell are these? This is it. So this doesn't have I did buy some like accordion plastic things to like take up the rest of the window. What are these though? Is this like some sort of got these little clips here? These some sort of window retaining clip doohickeys. Indoor window use only, not intended for use outdoors. Why would you use a fan outdoors? Haven't you ever heard of wind? Don't you know what the wind is? What are these clips? What are you? Let's see. Where do they, maybe if I figure out where they attach, it'll help. They go in the bottom? Maybe it's like a windowsill thing. Looks like they fit in there. Yeah, they go clack, clack, clack. Ah, I dropped it. What's going on here? Is this like how it gets retained in the window? Does this go in like so? I'm so confused. I feel like this is a one-way trip. Like once I shove this in, it's never gonna come back out. Let's see. Oh, do I have this backwards? Is it going this way? The things that trip me up in projects. I think this is supposed to go in like so, but it's not fitting. I don't even know what the purpose of this is. It's got little serrations on it. Did this come with instructions? I don't think this came with instructions. I mean, it's a fan. What's going on here? Why is this going back down?
Chat says those are feet.
They're feet, says chat. I don't know how they would attach. We'll figure that out momentarily. I just want to make sure this thing doesn't collide. Here, I'm gonna hit stop. There we go. I want to leave some room for pouring in resin. All right. So chat says they're feet. Oh, hey, they're instructions. There's nope. Oh yeah, here we go. Let's see how to snap the feet in. All right, it does indeed look like they're feet. Slide them into slots in the bottom of the metal housing until they snap into position. So it looks like I was on the right track. I don't know how they are supposed to stay. I don't even know if you can see me right now, but there we go. Looks like I really have to get some elbow grease in it. I mean, it's not snapped into position, but I don't think it's going to go anywhere. Come on. That's definitely not going any further. I'm going to break that thing if I try any harder. Okay. I'm not even sure if we're going to need the feet because we're putting this thing in a window. Close enough. There we go. Okay. So we've got our box fan. Now here's the part I've been waffling on. Is how the hell am I going to get this thing in the window? Let's put this all. Let's see. I'm going to move all the tools into our makeshift fume hood. Let's see. Let's get all this stuff in here. I'm going to move everything into the fume hood. I'm going to fume hood. I'm going to transfer this onto the floor, and then hopefully it gives me enough room to get in there. Let me make sure nothing else is plugged in here. Yeah, we definitely don't want to be yanking around a surge protector. One sec. Whew. I just never seem to be organized well enough for these streams. I don't know how the longtime pros do it. Biggest room in the house, and I still not even close to enough room to fit everything we need for this. For Voidstar Lab. All right. So now we have access to the window. Let's actually move this over a little bit. All right, and yeah, let's try to get the fan in there, and then we'll be able to print. Let there be light. Oh, look at a nice day. How nice this day is. 300 days of sun a year in Colorado. It's kind of a meme. Like the other joke about Colorado weather is if you don't like the weather, just wait 15 minutes. Oh, there's spiders. I've seen so many spiders lately. It's been like a spider infestation. All right. Let's make sure the fan. Let's see. It's going to be a bit of a tight fit on that windowsill. Pull the table out a little bit. I put the friggin' thing down on the... I put the thing down on the thing. All right. It looks like we didn't want the feet after all. After all that crap. The feet are going to poke a hole in the screen if we put them that way. Watch me have to reinstall them because, like, I have the fan in the window backwards. All right, so let's put the cord in. Should be all right for now. It's going to let all the AC out, though. All right. All right. That's okay. This is definitely gonna fall out. Let me push the table back. Yeah, this is definitely gonna fall out of the window, 100%. There is no bracket. There's no lip. There's no provision at all for keeping this thing in the window. Yeah, this is not going to work. All right, well, it's the best we can do. So, let's plug this guy in. All right, let's do some resin printing. Turn this on, see if it's loud, and make sure it's pointing the right direction. It is backwards. It's got some oomph to it, though. I think this will do an admirable job of getting the resin fumes out the window, away from the workshop. Let's see. All right. So fans in place, more or less. Let me see if I can ooch the other end in, even it out a bit. There we go. Fans in place. Let's see. What do we think? Is that too loud? Is that being loud? What's going on here? Did I seem to have missed more super chats? Master Machete says fan is backwards. Look at the blades. You can tell by the way it is. Yeah, that seemed to be correct. Thank you so much for the super chat. We should be facing the right direction though. We want this pulling air out. We want air going outside. So this is a little on the loud side, but I think it should be fine when we're over on the other side of the room. So yeah, let's do some resin printing, huh? First thing to do is to shake like crazy. All right. Actually, I'm going to drop this, and then I'm going to close it, because the sun is full of UV. So the sunlight is going to expose resin. And we have to be... sun's going to expose resin, and we got to be careful about that, because we don't want to expose prematurely. This orange plastic blocks UV. So as long as we don't dilly-dally too much in getting this filament, getting the resin down and getting the lid closed, I think we should be all right. All right, that's nice and shaken up. I guess I could put this back. There we go. I want... Dan Wolf Chronum says the orange shield does not block UV on lots of printers. I have no idea, Brooke, what I'm supposed to do with that information. There's nowhere else in this room I could put this next to a window. Like, that... I'm now super anxious, and there's nothing I can do about it. This thing isn't stinging the window. Close enough. Well, we're gonna have to deal with what we got. As a certain Canadian machinist YouTuber says, one must urinate using the anatomy provided. Just remember, the important part in all of this is to finish projects. Don't get hung up trying to make sure that don't get hung up trying to make sure that every that every mistake is taken care of, that every every accident's prevented. If you do that, you're going to spend all your time worrying about how much UV is being transmitted through the shield, and too little finishing projects. All right, so I was going in here to get a paper towel. There we go. I do appreciate the information. I appreciate the information, by the way. That wasn't... I'm sorry if that came off as hostile towards you, Dan. I appreciate all the feedback. I just want to make it clear that because of limitations of both the show, the format, the lab, the requirements of making projects, and my own personal abilities, it is not possible for me to correct every problem. So you should know that just because I'm not doing something doesn't mean that you're incorrect. Means that there's a limited amount of thinking on my feet that I can do, and frankly I think we've wasted enough time already to keep everyone waiting while we arrange the furniture. So the quality... What? Brooke says gloves. Yes, that is true. We'll put some on. At least for now, though. All we're doing is cleaning. So let's see. Let's get this in. We also want to, let's see, I want want to clean off the FEP sheet, just because it's brand new from the factory. There we go. All right. So let's see. I'm going to go in here. Let's see, we got some gloves. I don't think it's... Let's see. I don't think it's necessary to use a respirator. I can't anyways. You're not going to be able to hear what I say. Do I recommend using a respirator in general? I mean, if the airflow isn't great, then you certainly can. Yeah, then you certainly can. Let's see. All right, let's take my ring off so it doesn't cut a hole through my gloves, and then we'll pour some in. I'm getting keep my goggles at the ready because I expect this resin is going to spurt a little when I open it up, because the place it was bottled was at a much lower altitude, a much higher pressure than we are right now. So let's see. Lab goggles are always a good idea. We should be careful not to look at the printer too much. Like, I should be careful not to look at the printer too much while it's running, because you know, this is UV light. It shouldn't be much of a problem because it's covered in resin, but you know, just saying. All right. So this is Creality. This is all sponsored. This episode's sponsored by Creality. They provided me both the printer and the resin, and they're keeping the lights on here in the lab. So that's what we're using here. This is their transparent green. I'm gonna hang on a second. Before my hands are covered in crud. Yeah, they provided this transparent green low odor resin. So hopefully this stuff should be nice to use. Other thing I'm going to prepare here. The other thing I'm going to prepare here is UV spotlight. This is just a very bright ultraviolet light, and I want this ready because if we have if we have any spills, if any resin ends up in a place it shouldn't and we want to deal with it quickly, all we have to do is blast it with UV light and it'll cure and become inert. So even though we have to print the thing before we cure it, I still want to hook the light up now, is kind of what I'm saying. So let's put that here. The power strip is full. What can I unplug? There we go. All right. I think we're in business. Let's pour the resin. Let's see. Before we do, let's check out the chat ski and see what I'm forgetting. Let's see. Oh, I've missed a number of chats. Tim Otto, thanks a lot for the very generous super chat. Just got my first resin printer 2 days ago. Eerie, but perfect timing for this vid. Print all the things. Oh, I intend to. Let's see. Ryan Gill says try not to overfill it. No, it has 2 fill lines. It has 2 fill lines. Woodsy says shakes resin, never turns it upside down once. It's because I'm a bad engineer. And I don't know anything. No, it's because I don't want to... If there's something wrong with the bottle, I don't want to spill resin all over the place. Let's see. Christopher Garcia says, what about the exhaust setup you had for ABS? That is... I don't think it's powerful enough. First off, this is basically it. Except instead of having like a dinky little, 240 millimeter PC case fan, it being our exhaust, we instead of a big old box fan. Yeah. There we go. All right, I think we're ready to roll. We've got our IPA or isopropyl alcohol, not our India Pale Ale. Let's see, we got our isopropyl alcohol at the ready. We're going to get the extra accessories out of here. Let's see, we got our resin all shook, ready to rock. Let's see, I'm gonna push this over a little bit, make it easier to frame everything up. We have an extra spray bottle of alcohol right here. I think it's time to do some printing. Let's see. Have a little, see, we got our safety seal on top. There we go. That's what the paper towel is for. So it smells. It's not terrible. Yeah. Not the end of the world. Oh, that is green. Let me see if I can pour it in a way that you can see what's going on here. Oh, that is super green. That's emerald green. It says recommended level 500 milliliters. Jeez, that is a lot. I'm actually going to fill it a little scant. So let's see. There we go. Let's get the bottle out of here. I'm going to put our bottle in here, and let's slam the door. Are we good? Yeah. Oh, it doesn't click. It's magnetized. Oh, it's neat. It's got some magnets. How do they work? All right, let's go back. And I think that's it. Let's do a little slicing. Let's do some slicing and dicing. Let's get the gloves off. Check it out. Upside down. You know. Christopher Bromet, thanks a lot for the 777 Canadian. Resin always smells like robo-farts to me. You think a charcoal filter or duct fan would work to zero it all out? Yeah, charcoal is... activated carbon is exactly what you want to do with volatile organic compounds. Bear with me one sec here. Yeah, activated carbon is exactly what you want to deal with VOCs. I'm going to grab some water while I talk, because I should still be audible. But the question is, can you leave it all in the room? You need a pretty beefy setup with like multiple stages. It's not enough to just run it through. It's not enough to just pick up some air from the room and pull it through one layer of carbon. You'd need to run it through like a nice multi-stage. Filter. Let's turn our attention back to the slicer. What do we want to do? Do we want to jump directly into the boats, or do we want to try to print something that's actually intended to be printed in resin? Bakamochige says Elegoo makes these little activated carbon units that are supposed to work really well. Yeah, they make this tiny little activated charcoal filter that goes inside the enclosure of your 3D printer. So it filters the air inside the enclosure, so when you open the lid, less of a fart cloud comes out at you. So this, I don't think that's necessary. I think this has it built in. I'm fairly sure. Yeah, let's... I guess we said we're going to print boats. I've done enough waffling today. So... pardon me, let's just set this up. Oh, let's do a Benchy. Let's answer the question. Yeah, so the Benchy, that's what we're going to be printing here, is not intended to be printed out of resin. So it's actually going to be a bit of a learning experience. We could see. Oh, we're getting a lot of good. We're getting a lot of cool suggestions here. Yeah, we're getting a lot of cool suggestions. It seems like Lodge Blake Nielsen has tripped our new chatbot. Yeah, we have a bit of a chatbot going. So let's see. Is it me or does it look kind of big? I guess is it me or does it look a little on the big side, or is the bed really small? What's going on here? Object is non-manifold. Let's do that. Let's see what happens. Can net fab it. Oh, that's kind of neat. Tebla, thank you so much for the super chat. How about some keycaps to print? That could be interesting. Yeah, we'll do keycaps. If the resin is if it has a little give to it, then we will. Otherwise, we're gonna have to mix in some. Some tenacious. Basically, a keycap has to be very slightly flexible, or it'll crack as you push it onto the stem. So otherwise, we would have to mix in some tenacious resin to make it a little softer, and then I can't pour it back in the bottle. I would need a new bottle. So yeah, Wolf220 says something you may want to look into for resin is resin lapse. I have a resin lapse. I just haven't had an opportunity to use it because I haven't done any resin printing. So yeah, here we go. Something funny is going on here. We picked the Creality Halot-Sky. It's even got the picture and everything. But is it just me, or does it seem too small? Or does it seem too big? Right? Because, isn't The Benchy is like this. Hang on a second. I guess the vat is much larger. Yeah, I guess the vat's much larger than the. Yeah. Okay. So, anyways, we have a Benchy. All right. Never mind. All right. We got our Benchy here. Now, biggest problem the Benchy's going to have is. Let me see if I can switch to some sort of. There's a magic button. Who knows what that does? I guess we do the prepare here. Okay, biggest problem we're going to have is that we have this big chunky area. Now, when we're curing resin in a 3D printer, you can make a solid object as thick as you want because it puts infill in there. There's a limit, though, when we're doing resin printing to how far... It has nothing to do with the printer, by the way. The limit is how far the light can reach into it when we're curing it. So I don't think it's a good idea to leave this solid over here because the light won't be able to make its way into the center. We'll end up with... you ever had those like chocolate cherries that have like the chocolate shell and they have like the chocolate shell and like a cherry inside, and the cherry's all liquid, and when you bite into the chocolate, the cherry juice comes out. Well, yeah, that we're gonna have a that'll be this boat. So we have to deal with that. So here we got support material. We'll deal with supports in a sec, but we're gonna hollow this out. So we definitely, yeah. So we're gonna hollow this out. Let's see. It should work. Why isn't it letting me? What's the magic button do? What happened here? I'm really confused. Okay. So yeah, oh good, we can do a cross section. So the white part is what's actually going to be displayed on that LCD. This right here is the problem. So we want to hollow this out. And how thick do we want to make this? How thick do we want to make the walls? I'm thinking 1.6 because that makes it about as thick as the FDM print. So you can see, those dots going side to side. That is basically infill. That's sort of like infill. I guess it is. It's more like support material than true infill. This here is going to be. So this here is what I'm worried about. This is a high surface area. It's likely to stick to the FEP, but we're going to go ahead with it anyways because the FEP is brand new and it's going to be at its least sticky. I'm a little worried about this too, but you know, I have anxiety problems, so I'm worried about a lot of things. Chat is panicking. They're saying, don't hollow it. Why should we not hollow it? What's going on here? Hollowing will leave liquid resin. No, it won't, because we're going to punch some holes in it. If we create a hollow object, it's going to have uncured resin inside it, right? Instead of it's going to turn into a gusher. So for every whenever you have a void, right, inside an object, whenever you have a hollow part, remember there's no air, right? When it's not printing into air, it's printing into resin. So every part that's being printed, right, is going to be solid, but every part that's not is going to be liquid. So this is going to trap liquid resin. So let's see, we're going to have some liquid resin trapped in the base. We're going to have some liquid resin trapped in the prow. And we're going to have a little bit trapped, I can't point the screen, right around here. So we have to provide ways to get rid of the resin. The easiest way to do that is just to add some drainage holes. So let's see, how does this, why isn't it letting me add holes? Oh, here we go. All right, so we'll just add a few holes at the bottom. Don't worry, folks. Don't worry. We're going to add some holes at the bottom, and we also have to add, let's see, let's add another hole in here. Basically, we have to add extra holes because you can't just have holes where the resin drains out. You have to have holes for the air to come in. Otherwise, you have a vacuum and you can't drain it. So we have to add some holes. And yeah, like it's changing the model, but I'm just going to try positioning these holes just in places where they're less likely to get spotted. We're going to trap a little bit in here next to the steering wheel, but I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. So yeah, we got 4 breather holes on top. We got 6 drainage holes at the bottom. And yeah, let's just double check here. Yeah, looks like Yeah, it looks like we're going to be able to, let's see, I think this hole here, I think we want to move that down a little bit. Yep, we want it to go directly into that pocket of plastic. Let's even move this up a little bit. Yep, what we want here is just, yeah, that this goes, see that black spot, the hole, we want it to go directly into that void, that hollow. Beautiful. All right. I might even want to add more there. I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. All right. So yeah, we got our Benchy. We got some holes at the bottom. I don't think they'll fill in. We have some holes in the top. And I think we're ready to give this a shot. I think we're ready to try printing. We can add another couple holes in the deck, just in case. All right, I think we're. Let's even it out a little bit. Make it look nice. Yeah. I Hate Dead People says he is way too confident. That's the thing about Resin is Resin has a reputation of being very scary, dangerous, difficult. Partially deserved, mostly not. So yeah, truth is, Resin is a lot more forgiving. Again, the thing we're doing here with trying to hollow it out is really it's just a convenience thing. It's really the main function this does is prevent it from yellowing when we print it. So let's give it a shot. So yeah, I'm not going to load the plate up because basically I want to make sure this one comes together. I don't want to load the plate too much because I don't want to risk one of them sticking to the FEP and coming off. I want to get a couple prints down before I'm that familiar with it. All right, but I think this is about good. I think this is about ready to go. So let's export this for Creality Halot-Sky. It says our print time is 3 hours. That seems very slow. That seems very slow. What's going on here? What's our settings? 50 micrometers. You can scale it. I guess we do the configuration in the printer itself. I guess it's not how it worked on the Frozen, but I guess it's how it works here. So it says it's going to take 4 hours. Man, that's a lot. That seems very slow. Let me think here. Do we want to? Do we have any other? Do we have any other profiles? No. Let's see. Do we want to? Yeah, this seems aggressive. It's not giving me any other parameters though, right? Volume depth, default transition layers. I don't know what that is. All right, so it looks like we have to use the printer itself to configure stuff like exposure time. So I think that takes place on the printer itself. It's not what I'm used to, but it's what it seems to be. Okay, so let's see settings. We have our printer. We're gonna do this 50 micrometer layers. It seems all right. We're not gonna do anti-aliasing. That can cause mushy geometry. And plus, this is a 4K printer. The resolution is ridiculous. What the Flux says, pretty sure Benchy scale is borked. If you go to export, I think you can see the scale of the model. Yeah, this seems all right though. Like it says 100%. It says 100%. I mean, yeah, I'm not. Let's see. What's the print simulation? That seems about right. You know. Let me hold this up here. Yeah, I mean, it seems like we could fit about 3 of them on the print bed next to each other. Let's see. We could print it at an angle, which would make it take less time, but then it would have support material on one side, and it would make it look like it has zits on one side. And this resin is transparent. It's really unforgiving. So, yeah. Let's see. Jimmy Johansson says you can set exposure time and such in Lychee, no problem. Well, we'll hunt that down. I also realized that we have to mess around with our drainage holes a little bit because, don't worry, we are gonna be making a boat today. Don't worry. We have to mess around with our drainage holes because I realized that they're all going to be covered. Let's see, they're all going to be against the plate. It's going to make it easier to drain it after we release it from the plate. But ideally, we should be draining this thing as we print it as well. So I'm going to add a few more breather holes. Yeah, I'm going to add a few more breather holes here to facilitate us draining as we print. There we go. Let's see. What's the time here? 1:44. Okay, excellent. All right, I think that should work. So yeah, I think this is the correct scale. Yeah. I mean, we could make it smaller and make it faster to print, but then we couldn't put it next to one of these boats. 4 hours. Let's see. So we've got the resin over there. One thing I realized I didn't do here is I never went online to look up the parameters of the resin, so I don't actually know how hard we can push this. Let's see. We got scale. Is that what we want? Show scene with a banana and it's got a banana for scale. That looks correct. I mean, that looks about the size of a Benchy. Like, I don't think this is wrong. I guess to print, for the purpose of printing faster, I suppose we could turn this. Yeah, hang on a second. Yeah, I got to be careful here because I really want to print a Benchy that looks identical to a regular one, like an FDM one. But at the end of the day, I am doing this not for me, but for it doesn't matter what I want. It matters that you folks get what you want, which means printing this in the way that's going to take the least time, which I think is sideways. So one side's not going to look great, the other side will look fine. I'm going to actually do this on the other side. There we go. It's fine. Okay, so in prepare, let's get back up to the top. We're going to need supports. Can we generate this automatically? Generate auto supports. There we go. All right, so yeah, the supports for... All right, there we go. All right, so supports for resin look a little different than supports for FDM because they don't have... They're really just... Remember, they're keeping it from being pulled off. They're not keeping it from... They're not, like, giving it a place to build on. So, yeah. Although this is pretty far off the plate, I'm not sure how much we actually saved. Yeah. I'm not sure how much we actually saved here because it's set pretty far from the ground. Why is that? Proximity detection? What's going on here? How do we auto lift height? 5 millimeters seems a little high. Let's bring this down to 2.5. Yeah, then let's regenerate supports. So this should bring it a little closer to the plate. Did it? Did something go wrong here? No, it didn't. All right. So let's go to export and let's see. All right, so that cut off an hour. So instead of this taking 4 hours, it's taking 3 hours. So yeah, I'm wondering if we should start with something simpler and faster to just confirm that the printer is working before we jump directly into this. Captain Nico says, "Please don't print like this. Print it solid directly on the plate should be fine." All right. Well, we have a lot of conflicting constraints here. I think the smart thing to do is we're going to go back to the start. We're going to delete this because it just takes too long to print. Yep, I think it's the best thing to do. 3 hours is just too long to wait for a print. So I'm thinking we should go on to a certain 3D printing website and find a model that's very flat. We can make something that has a lot of geometry to it, but I want to find something closer to flat so that we can print it in less time. We know something about this tall takes 4 hours, so if we get something that's about 5 millimeters, 6 something around there millimeters high, it will print in about an hour, and I think that's about appropriate. Let's find something that is fairly low to the ground, but has some interesting geometry to it. Let's see. I printed a kunai, like a knife, a while ago. That was kind of cool, but I already printed that. Let's see if we can find something else Find something else neat. Oh, you can make a bee. We can feed our bees. We can make a beehive cover. Naruto and Boruto cosplay Rasengan device. I guess I haven't got to that part. I am actually watching Naruto right now. I'm a colossal weeb. Come on, give me something neat. Any ideas? We can make like a piece of jewelry, maybe. We can make not an elephant. We want something fairly flat with some action on it. Maker coin, huh? That could be interesting. Make a little maker coin action. I suppose we could. We have a tire for a Roomba, a little sword. I'm thinking about the maker coin. That one seems like the smartest. That seems like the smartest choice. We're gonna search for another few seconds before we get this going. And yeah, because remember the height is what matters. As long as we can, the thing can have as much detail as we want, but as long as it's short. As long as it's short, it's going to print quickly, and that will make us all happy. And I acknowledge that there are diminishing returns and spending time to save time. All right, well, let's go back and print that maker coin. I think that's a perfect. It's a perfect first print. There we go. Yeah, check that out. Lots of detail. Yeah, lots of detail. Looks like it would scale down well. So perfect. So let's download that. And we have to see that in there. All right. Let's drag it and drop it. So let's see. I'm just going to jump directly to export so we can. I know. I'm just going to jump directly here so that we can. All right. So this is estimating 45 minutes. Perfect. Perfect. All right. So yeah, we want to tip this. Let's see how it auto orients. Yeah, that's a little too aggressive. Remember, it all comes down to the height. But that's still fine. So we're going to just tilt it a little bit like so. There we go. All right. So we're gonna prepare. Do we want to? Yeah. We want to hollow this out. I don't think it's necessary to hollow this out. Hollow. So we are. How do we get rid of the hollowing is off? Okay, good. There we go. Yeah, I don't think this is thick enough to justify hollowing it that much. So let's see. We got to add some supports. So let's add supports. Let's take a look. Looks pretty solid. Looks pretty good. All right. I think this is everything we need. It's going to take longer. All right. So it's brought us up to an hour, and it's brought us up to 2 hours. This is printing very slowly. Let's see if there are. Yeah. All right. So I think this is all right. We're gonna pause here for a sec. I'm just gonna do a little homework and see a Halot-Sky printing time. So sometimes they publish like a timetable. Yeah, sometimes they publish a timetable of how long you have to expose various resins. If I had, I should have done my homework and figured this out in advance. We're not going to spend very much time investigating this. We're only going to spend a few seconds seeing what's available. So this site's saying 1 and 4 seconds per layer. So let's go back to here and let's see what it's offering. So let's see printing settings. So it's saying bottom exposure time 30 seconds, exposure time 3 seconds, and we're having a 4-second light off delay. That seems like a lot. So let's drop that down to 2, and let's drop the delay, and let's see how well this works. All right. So hopefully this takes a little less time than its estimate. Yeah, well that saves a bit of time. All right, I think this is looking all right. See if we can actually let's go back and change the supports to bring it closer to the plate. There we go. Bring that down a little bit. Let's see. All right, it didn't save a tremendous amount of time. Maybe I can just move this down manually. There we go. There we go. All right, it saved 5 minutes. It's barely worth it. I'm just gonna put it back. All right, so we're going to export this to a file. Basically, it's showing me an ad. That's why I haven't switched the window back, because it's showing me an ad for some D&D minis. I guess that's what a lot of people are using these printers for, is printing D&D minis. This episode is sponsored by Creality, who provided the printer, and we're not going to give anyone else free advertising here. All right, so let's see. We got a maker coin, and we're going to export that to our sadly unnamed USB drive. Maker coin filament. There we go. Yeah, so check that out. These are the actual images that are going to be displayed to expose each layer of resin. All right, there we go. We're sliced up. So let's get this thing started. Let's light this poop candle. Let's do this. All right, plug this flash drive in on the side, and let's actually plug it in the correct way. This feels really sturdy, by the way. This is like 2mm aluminum. The whole thing feels extremely solid. Yeah, printer feels pretty solid. So let's go back, file, maker coin. Let's see if it accepts it. That looks good. It's giving us a 3D view. Looks like it's giving us the same 3D view twice. That's weird, but I'll take what we can get. It's estimating this at 1 hour and 20 minutes. So yeah, let's see what happens. Let's hit go. So it's going to first raise the bed all the way to the top, because the limit switch is at the top. So yeah, it's going to it's going to level us. We're already leveled, so it's going to home it at. I should probably be going this way so that folks can see me. Yes. I would have another camera if I didn't blow out the USB cord. So yeah, raise all the way to the top. Now it's going to bring it back down, and it's going to expose it layer by layer. And we got this loud fan going, so I might not be able to hear the twang. So you might be wondering, why didn't I fill the vat all the way? Why did I fill it less than halfway? That's because we can't see if our print failed until it comes out of the resin. So the more resin you pour into it, the longer it'll be before you can tell whether your print failed or not. So I think in this one, we're not going to know whether the print failed until it's done. This is a definite downside of resin printing. If you're really paranoid, you can stop the print part way. Look, we bottomed out, and it looks like it's moving up and down a few times to mix up the resin, and it should be exposing the first layer, right? Yeah, it's going to start. It should be exposing the first layer. Smelling a little bit of resin fumes, because now it's got the internal fan going. Yeah, it's not terrible. I am glad I have the box fan going. Otherwise, it doesn't smell it's not nauseating outright, but it's still pretty bad. Anyways, you can pause the print part way and have it pull out of the resin to check if you're paranoid. We might do that. You're not going to see very much at the beginning, because it exposes the first few layers for a really long time, like 30 seconds, to guarantee that they adhere to the plate. And it will then do the next few layers. So the first few layers are 30 seconds, I think. But the next few layers should only be 2 or 3 seconds each. I forget I think I set it to 2 seconds. And we'll see. We'll see how well this resin works. My old printer printed, like the frozen printer, which I think has a weaker light, could get away with doing 2 seconds per layer. So I think this should be able to handle it. So let's see. You notice it pulls far away, which serves to it mixes the resin, it yanks it off the FEP. Like we're still in the first few layers. But yeah. So we have a total of 500 layers. Remember, our layer height here is only 0.5 millimeters. Layers in resin printing are much, much thinner than layers in FDM printing. Which yeah. It's part of what makes resin less suitable for making like prototypes. Depends on the. I guess it depends what you're prototyping. I feel like that's a little hasty to say. All right, so it looks like looks like we're at the full speed portion of it. So it's going to expose for 2 seconds. That's going to lift up, back down for 4 seconds. Expose for 2 seconds. Lift for 4 seconds. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's like tapering it. Maybe it's like accelerating it. Oh. I'm not sure if you heard that, but I heard a very, very faint snapping sound, and that was the hopefully the print being lifted off the FEP, lifted off the VAT film. So yeah, that's the printer. So that's going to tie us up for at least an hour and some change. In the meantime, like we have a couple things to look into. There was someone mentioned something about the firmware. I wish I could remember that. I want to look that up. So yeah, we've got this thing's going full speed ahead. So let's return back to the desk here. I think I have to change the name. I think I forgot to change the name of the printer. Let's see. This should turn on. What's going on here? One sec. Oh, it's because I reorganized everything. Oh, what a pain in the butt. Printer vision. There we go. And where's the green rim? Ah, there we go. Beautiful. Wonderful. Yeah, so now we can keep an eye on this thing even as we do other stuff. Speaking of, I didn't think this far ahead. I wonder what other stuff we've got here. So yeah, we should see how this printer is. We should see how this print is going. Let me see here. We're at layer. Let's see. We're printing 500 layers. So I think at the 20% mark, right when we hit layer 100, I'll pause the print so it can pull it out of the resin and we can see how it ended up turning out. Let me zoom in here. Let's give everyone a good view of the action. Yeah, there we go. You can see our patron names reflecting off of it. There we go. Man, photographing and getting video of resin printers is always hard, because even if you use something like Resin Lapse to trigger a camera, you still have the problem of actually seeing through the shield. So part of the reason why I wanted to ventilate this room so much is because when we're doing when I'm doing prints for real life videos, right, I want to print without the shield on. I want to print with the shield up so the camera gets an unobstructed view, and it's going to allow all the fumes to get everywhere. So we've got to make sure the fan is doing its job. So we have the overhead. We have the overhead fan. We've got the window fan, and I have an emergency fan in case we start getting smoked out. But on the whole, like, the low odor resin seems to be living up to its name. I think we're good. Okay, so what are some other things we can do? I was thinking of showing you all the boats. I've been printing for the Every Filament episode, but I realized my overhead camera can't possibly work. So yeah, I kind of hope that by now the powered USB cables would have arrived. Captain Nico says pausing does not work. It just pauses, no lift. I didn't know that. There we go. The frozen, when you paused it, would pull it up. Really, when it's paused, you can't even adjust the Z manually. That seems like a missed opportunity. All right, I guess we're not pausing. I guess we're just gonna run the whole thing through. I'm still hearing the snapping sound, so I think we're probably still attached. Who knows? Yeah. Let's see. Captain Ego says, Zack, use the XP calibration. It only takes 12 minutes. Well, I don't think we can do that now. I think I missed the opportunity. So we'll see. We'll find out. So basically how this works is so just want to explain the process here. So what it's doing right now is it's exposing one layer by shining a powerful UV spotlight or floodlight through an LCD panel, and that cures a very thin layer, 50 microns of resin. Then it pulls it up, lets the resin pool again, pushes it back down, prints the next one. And this leaves it in a state where called green. Basically, it's been partially cured. We aren't exposing it long enough to fully cure the resin, because that would make the print take ages. Instead, we're curing it just enough that it stays put. So after we're done with that, we're going to have to rinse off the print and then finish the cure using that UV floodlight that I have over there. And unfortunately, we're going to be a little limited on what camera angles I can get on that. I think we're just going to try to get this camera over here. Well, basically, what I'm saying is we'll mess around with the camera. We have to wash it and cure it, and that's all going to take place within that enclosure to keep the fumes contained. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay, so what should we do in the meantime? We can run off some FDM prints. Yeah, we can run off some FDM prints. Let me show you some of the boats here. Let's see. I should be able to switch over to. Yep, we still have our auxiliary. I'm gonna turn this back over here. So we still have our auxiliary camera, which is nice. Why don't I show you some of the filaments? Some of these things are really cool. Let's turn this around and maneuver things so we get less crotch cam. So I'm thinking that while we 3D print and we wait for a print to finish, we should do some 3D printing. That seems appropriate, right? So yeah, let's get over here. All right, I want to show you some of these. So this is entirely full of boats that I printed 2 days ago. It really is kind of nuts how many it didn't really hit me how many filaments I bought until I started printing them. But we have some pretty spicy ones here. I think we should start off with the one everyone wants to see, and that's carbon fiber peak. This is carbon fiber filled plastic that prints at 400 degrees Celsius. 400 degrees Celsius. I made the mistake of wiping the nozzle off with a paper towel to clean it, and it burned the paper towel. That's how hot it is. It's hotter than I solder. I solder 320-ish. So yeah, this stuff prints at 400 Celsius. This is the worst filament I have ever printed. This is the worst experience I've ever had printing filament. This filament is as brittle as spaghetti. And this is after 2 entire days of drying. It was as brittle as spaghetti. It was impossible to get it through the feed tube. I had to drill a hole in the top of the printer and feed it in that way. It jammed constantly. It was impossible to load. The first 2 prints failed. It only prints at 0.3 millimeter layers. It doesn't print at anything less. Oh yeah, and it'll permanently destroy the hot end if you let it cool down while it's inside there. If you let it cool down while there's CF peak inside the hot end, something about between the peak and the carbon fiber, something about it just permanently snarls them up, and it's impossible to get it out. So I just ran cleaning filament through, and there was smoke coming out of the hot end because the cleaning filament. It was great. anyways, this is so friggin' stiff and rigid. There isn't the tiniest bit of give anywhere in this. I feel like if I'd take a hammer and just pound this boat into a piece of wood, it feels so ridiculous. It's crazy. Here's a cool one. This is carbon fiber ABS. Look at the print quality there. This is the nicest. Is one of the nicest prints I've ever made. Full stop. But it's definitely the nicest ABS print I've ever seen. ABS is known for warping and stuff. Just a couple more. Some of these are so rad. Oh man. Some of these filaments are crazy. This is PCTPE, a mixture of nylon and TPE, flexible and hyper strong. Flame resistant boat. You bet your butt we're gonna lay it on fire. But the one I really want to show you. This one, I love this one. This is my favorite so far. This boat is made of nylon. It was very hard to print. Because the nylon that this company uses has no modifiers or anything at all. It's 100% pure PA12, which makes it a real nightmare to print. Why would they do that? Well, that's because this filament, called fishy filament, you see, this filament is made from recycled fishing nets. So when fishermen run when they run out their net, when the net is too broken down to fish with, they tend to just throw it into the ocean. Because who's going to stop them? They just throw them into the ocean. So this company buys used fishing nets off of fishermen in England. They're based in England. They buy used fishing nets off of fishermen, and they shred them up and turn them into recycled filament. And they don't put any additives in there, so the filament itself remains recyclable. So this is a boat made of recycled fishing nets. Isn't that so cool? I think that's great. I love it. Anyways, it's really hard to keep an eye on 4 3D printers of 3 different models running 4 different exotic filaments simultaneously. So yeah, this has been a real ordeal. This has been an experience, but it's working. There's some crazy filaments. Look at this. Look how shiny and clear this PETG is. This is a special PETG blend with 10% fiberglass. It has a tiny amount of fiberglass in it that gives it this gorgeous sheen. It helps it transmit more light. Anyways, that's a blast. We could run off a few more of these. We could run off some exotic filaments. That could be an option. Yeah, I ran off some filament holders because we were having some trouble. Let's see what's going on here. It looks like I'm still hearing the popping. I still think we're in business here. We could run off some more filaments. We could do a little soldering while we wait. The last client project, all the parts are in. So we could assemble a circuit board for the last client project. Before we dive too deep into something, let's take a look at chat. Captain Nico has messaged me on Discord. Unfortunately, I'm not at the stage in my streamer evolution where I can carry on one conversation with voice and another conversation with text. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to leave that until afterwards. Brooks says no explosions today. Don't make promises we can't keep. Brent, thank you so much for the super chat and for the animated sticker. I really appreciate it. Yeah, really appreciate it. Chapman is saying Zach's mic is clipping. Is it too close to my mouth or is the gain off? That is entirely possible. Let's see. I'm just going to. Oh yeah, looks like we are. Here, there we go. How's this? Are we doing better? Yeah, it's a new setup. I tested it, but everyone was sleeping. I couldn't go full blast. I think this should work. I think this is good. 526 says, is that doing 8-second layers? No, it's 6-second layers. 2 seconds of 2 seconds exposure, 4 seconds recovery. Oh, another interesting question. Jeff asks, have you used hips since printing the boat? I bought a roll, but I'm waiting to use it for something neat. I certainly have. Check it out. The other hips I was using was intended for use as a support material, but this is hips. Oh, I should probably do it here. This is hips specifically designed to be used as a primary printing material. And yeah, the quality, apart from a little roughness here, the quality is great. It prints at super low temperature. You can run it out really fast. And this one's actually glow in the dark. It's glow in the dark hips. And it's so light. It's so light. Yeah, hips weighs about it weighs less than 75%. It's less than 75% as dense as PLA. So a 500 gram spool is actually a lot closer to a 1 kilo spool. It's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Each of these boats took in the neighborhood of 2 hours to print. Although it depends. Some of the materials needed to be printed at extremely slow speeds. In fact, one of the things we should do today is glue some of them together because I had a couple failures, like this one here. I had a couple failures. Problem is running 4 printers, a computer, 2 dehumidifiers, and a filament dryer at the same time. The circuit couldn't handle it, so we kept blowing breakers. So yeah, and a couple of these filaments, it doesn't make sense to restart it because this one was ridiculously expensive. This is, if I'm remembering this right, I think this is graphene-filled polycarbonate, and the sample was crazy expensive, so I don't want to waste that. And this is made with filament made with Mountain Dew bottles. This is a Mountain Dew Benchy. So before I forget, let's glue these together. Because with this filament here, this has to be printed at 1/3 speed because it's pure recycled PET. Yeah. You ever wonder why we print in PETG instead of PET? the it's like the difference between like a tabby cat and like a bobcat. Sure, they're both cats, but one of them will ruin your day, and the other will just ruin your couch. So yeah, this filament. Actually, yeah, we can't just glue this. Now I'm thinking about this. We actually want to refine this a little. Bear with me one sec. Just going to go over here. Oh, I don't have to yell. This is great. I don't have to raise my voice at all because the mic follows me around. Oh, this is so much better. This is so much better. And just in case something goes wrong, I have this running through the mic I was using before. So even if we have an audio problem, I can just switch right back over to that, and I don't even have to plug anything in or configure anything. It's great. Let's get the coffee out of here. All right, so this is 3D printing, basically a 3D printing multi-tool called the Modify 3D. And it's sort of like a soldering iron that at a low temperature with a bunch of really neat tools. And I just realized the tool we had selected is probably the one I want. There we go. All right. So let's. So yeah, we just have to clean these up because when the printer stopped, it left a big blob. Yeah, it left a big disgusting blob here. Let's see. I set this to 250. And gotta get rid of that, or we're not gonna be able to get a good glue going. Luckily, the prints that failed were printed in materials we can glue. There are some of these plastics that are deliberately designed to resist adhesives. Master Machetier says, "You ever run Peak again?" I sure did. I ran the carbon fiber Peak. Oh, you mean regular Peak? No, I haven't, because I only have, because in order to dry it, right, we have to dry it at 200 Celsius. Basically, we have to bring it to the boiling point for the water to get out, and there we go. And a spool will melt. So so some of the filaments, I've just been taking the sample spools and throwing them in. But the Peak is just too big and too disorganized. So now that I'm done with the CF Peak, I need to transfer. That's another thing we do today. I could transfer the Peak over from the plastic spool to the metal spool so that I can dehydrate it and we can give it another shot. In the meantime, though, I've dehydrated the PPSU, I forget it. The only high temperature, I think we just have like all of them. The only high temperature filament that we don't have is Ultem, is PEI. And yeah. So I thought we had some, but we didn't, so I got to place an order. There are only a few filaments total that I don't have. Yeah. There's, ultra, let's see. Yeah, the filaments I don't have, that I know of off the top of my head, are Ultrafuse. That's a metal sintering filament. You put it in a special kiln, and it lets you make metal prints using a plastic printer. All these are extremely expensive. There's Ultem or PEI. That's the same stuff that the coating on your printer is made of. And it's supposed to be one of the hardest materials to print, but it is apparently the toughest material. It's ultra high temperature, and it prints at a high temperature, but it's semi-flexible. That's what gives it its strength. It's a semi-flexible material. Let's see. All right, there we go. I want to get a nice flat surface so that these glue up well. Ah, very nice. All right, this already looks flat. This already looks quite good. Maybe I can tamp that down a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this already looks good. The other side looks good. All right, let's unplug this before we hurt ourselves, and let's glue this up. Yeah, so this is PET made from recycled soda bottles. Lodge Blask Nielsen says, "Hey Zach, I took apart a projector, and now when I try to turn it on, the backlight turns on and instantly off. You know any reason why this could be?" Could be a tamper detection system that you tripped. But you might have unplugged or otherwise messed up a temperature sensor, because they have temperature sensors in them to make sure that or maybe a temperature sensor or maybe a flame sensor. Basically, there's probably a sensor connected to the backlight that makes sure that it's operating safely. And if you were to have damaged that by accident while you were working on it, it would probably fault and refuse to turn on, because it would be kind of unsafe. All right, I'm having quite a time lining these up. So there's definitely going to be a ridge in this, but it's better than repeating this whole thing. I also don't have very much of this filament left. It takes a lot of soda bottles to produce a sample of filament. So he sent me, I think, the equivalent of... He sent me, I think, around 150 grams, which is the equivalent of, like 100 soda bottles or something. It takes a lot of soda bottles. And this is made of Mountain Dew, I think. And this is almost entirely Mountain Dew, but it has a little bit of ginger ale. A little bit of ginger ale mixed in, as I think I ran out of Mountain Dew. But yeah, we got a Mountain Dew Benchy. Bwomp, 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 bwomp. Yeah, isn't that neat? Let's see. Yeah, I think it's probably a sensor that was causing the problem, and now we'll glue this on. What does the graphene do? That's more interesting, because when you think of graphene, you're like, oh, it's a carbon fiber, but it's even more futuristic. But it's not used to strengthen the part. It's used to make the part conduct electricity. It basically makes it conduct electricity without having to substantially change the material properties. Like, it doesn't really make it stiffer. Sure, it makes it nice and black. This does look a lot like Vanta Black, doesn't it? But it doesn't really change the properties that much. All it really is doing is making it conduct electricity. And the cool part is that by varying the length of the nanotubes and what percentage of the volume is made of them, it gives the filament manufacturer a lot of control over how conductive it is. So this is conductive in, I think, in the hundreds of megaohm per inch range, which makes it ESD safe. So for printing stuff that's like intended to be used in factory floors, manufacturing electronics, packaging, jigs, chip holders. Basically, this is a good material to use, or at least to make a top surface for. Oh, so one thing I forgot to explain: why use carbon fiber PEEK? Like, why use this super brittle, ultra stiff material from hell that prints at a quadrillion degrees and sucks in every way? This filament is designed for one thing. This is designed to do one specific thing. The carbon fiber PEEK. Carbon fiber PEEK is designed to make prints that are heat sterilized over and over again without having their dimensions affected. PEEK already has a heat deflection temperature that's bonkers. It's like 190 Celsius or something. And the carbon the carbon fiber further stabilizes it. So you can make prints, 3D prints, that can be autoclaved and steam cleaned without affecting their dimensions. That's the whole purpose of it. That's what it's made for. That's why it exists. The adding carbon fiber to a filament weakens it, and this is substantial with PEEK. PEEK already can have problems with layer adhesion, and this and that pushes it over the edge. So it weakens it substantially, but it means that you can bring it up to bonkers temperatures without it bending or deflecting very much. It's pretty sick. Stingray Master says, print a butter Benchy. I don't think I can print a butter Benchy. I think I can print a better Benchy. Maybe I'll think about it. Like, I'll buy a bit of butter. I'll make a butter Benchy. My butter Benchy will be bad, so I'll buy better butter to make a better butter Benchy. It's just a never-ending cycle. Plus, I don't want my 3D printers to put on weight. They're already been eating a lot of filament. Yes, Valdarg, the graphene does make it more expensive, indeed. Keeper says, how much current is needed to melt the Benchies? That's actually a very interesting question. Depends on the resistance, right? Like, the conductive Benchy probably has a resistance of about, I think it's 10 k ohm per inch. So if we're putting our electrodes on opposite ends, it's probably traveling through about 1.5 inches, so it's about 15 k. So you can do the math there, like voltage current resistance, and then run the heat equation. Yeah, it's not hard. I just don't know all the equations off the top of my head. And it's a lot of math to keep track of. So I think it's possible. Xneem says, CF is supposed to make the PEEK easier to print as it warps less. it still warps a lot. But honestly, if you're running off these materials, if you're running off these materials, it matters a lot less that if a filament makes. That's a way of saying it. It matters a lot less. I'm gonna blow up the big printer. Of course, I can't hide the small view. So basically, if you're printing such ridiculous materials, making it easier to dial it in probably doesn't matter that much to you because you're doing this for a reason. These things are not made for amateurs. Yeah, you already are going to have your machines dialed in, so even a bonkers material like Peak, you're gonna want to print at 100% productivity. You want to make sure that, for all intents and purposes, every gram of filament that goes into that machine goes into something you're selling, because that stuff is so friggin' expensive. It's crazy. Yeah, I really want to print a chocolate Benchy. 5265060 says, print a chocolate Benchy. Codename Gamma says print a cheese Benchy. Unfortunately, this cannot have any. Unfortunately, this next episode is not going to have There's not going to have food. In part because I haven't seen a cheese filament or a chocolate filament. I never said every material. I said every filament. So yeah. And also, I would need to build dedicated printers for it, and it would totally friggin' suck. Anyways, yeah, we got our Benchies. That's what's going on over there. We could print some new materials. Let's see what we have loaded up. It's really hard to get material in and out of these, so I bought see what we got here. PCFR. Yeah, so I bought Renee's. Remember Renee? He showed up on Renee showed up on stream to help me assemble this because I was failing thigh cam. So he made these really neat kind of slot-in filament holders that are quick detach, so it makes it a lot easier to remove and add filament. So yeah, what do you say we run? Some filament? Yeah, let's run some Benchies. Let's print some friggin' boats. Why don't we? Let's print some flippin' boats. So yeah, we currently which one is this going to? Right. Yeah, let's do some 3D printing while we wait for our 3D printing. Gabgra says, would it be possible to print basic circuits with a dual nozzle printer and 1.75mm solder? Assuming you're using conductive solder, I think you could, but the impedance of the traces would be bonkers. I think if you really desperately wanted to 3D print a circuit, you'd be better off just printing in tracks and then filling them with like a silver circuit paint. Let's do some 3D printing while we wait for our 3D printing. I think that's a good use of our time. We don't need our filament warmer anymore. Let's get our boats out of here as well. So currently, this is loaded with flame resist. So let's see. We're going to use the. Let me think here. We're going to use the fourth extruder, the one furthest to the right, because we are going to print a material made of I believe it's recycled PLA with coconut, basically like coconut processing residue. Like after coconuts are harvested and processed for their water and their flesh, they're left with like a bunch of like silk and floss and wood and stuff. And this has a high percentage of coconut the coconut byproducts. So this is another eco-friendly filament. And yeah, we want to print this in the widest nozzle possible because wood filaments suck, and this is the chunkiest wood filament I've ever seen. It's super brittle. I don't know if we're actually going to be able to get it through get it through the feed tube, but what do you think? What do you think? Should we try to get through the feed tube, or should I feed it in through the top and cheat? Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Let's try feeding it through. I think we're going to try it. Okay, so the first thing we got to do here is we're going to home the printer. Yeah, we have flame-resistant polycarbonate that we have to get out. What's going on there? We have some flame-resistant polycarbonate. Oh, I don't have to yell anymore. Oh, this is so nice. We got some PCFR that we have to get out of there, and we're gonna purge it. We're gonna flush it out. And we'll load in our wood and run off a quick and dirty little Benchy. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty nice. Commando Bubbles asks, hello, what does it take to get Hacker Rank in Discord? To get the hacker role, all you have to do is show that you have made an original project in the last year. That's it. Make an original project in the last year. And it should, yeah, the project, it has to be original, it has to be a project, and you have to have made it in the last year. As long as it's all those, all you have to do is mention a, all you have to do is, like, you know, ping mod, and someone will give you the role. It's super easy. We just, yeah, the whole objective is, like, if you're, you know, you're a member of our community, right? Like, our community we're a maker community. So, I don't know, I think it's nice to have, you know, just know that, like, you know, most of our members have made at least one project. I think that's really cool. What, I like this crap. All right, so this nozzle, so this printer here is equipped with a volcano. This is a 0.6 millimeter volcano, and oh, you can't really see it, but we've already damaged the bed. Well, we're moving because the carbon fiber peak wasn't obnoxious enough. While because it wasn't obnoxious enough, while getting it off the bed, it took a chunk of the bed with it. Even though I followed the instructions to the letter, it still took a chunk of the bed with it. Yeah, this oh, let's get this down here. Yeah, this filament's just this high temperature filament's a friggin' nightmare. It's this carbon fiber peak really is like, it really is the Dark Souls of filaments. I had to reload this thing like 12 times. I just could not get it to stop breaking. Yeah. Let's see. My phone is blowing up, so let's make sure it's nothing important. Let's see. Oh, it's from my mom. Is she? Ah, my cousins had their first kid. Yep. Cue all the "so when are you going to" questions. Let's drop the bed here to make life a little easier on ourselves. So you've got a dehumidifier right here, so I can't lower the bed all the way, or it'll crash into the dehumidifier. But this is necessary because the filament can easily go get waterlogged in the printer itself. So we got a dehumidifier in the printer. So I'm giving the nozzle a little wipe here. This is a nozzle X, so it's very easy to clean. See, I'm checking for any leakage between the block checking for any leakage between the block and the nozzle, and it looks like we're fine. If you ever noticed that, by the way, if you ever noticed filament coming out between the heat break and the block, or the block and the nozzle, do another, like, clean it out thoroughly and do a hot tightening. It's a surprisingly serious problem. All right, so it looks like we are heated up enough, almost. All right. See, PCFR I think is 250 Celsius. Yeah, that's about the point where I start to get sketched out 3D printing. It's about where we we get anyways. And what was I completely lost my train of thought here. Oh right, 250 Celsius is the approximate point. Let's retract. Oh, no, not extrude. That's the exact opposite of what I wanted to do. I wasted 100 millimeters of filament. I don't know when I would use this anyways. This is a neat filament because it puffs up if you extrude it into midair. I'm not sure if you can see that, but it puffs up. And this is something you really only see in silk filaments. I've never seen this in a non-silk filament. It's pretty neat. It's not bubbling, right? It's not full of water. It's solid, but it's just very thick. It's kind of funny. All right, let's retract this time. Get out of here. Yeah, this is a Hemera fitted with a volcano hot end and an 0.6 millimeter nozzle. And this is sort of our general purpose sort of like a general purpose high temperature thing. Oh, so I found out. So remember before I was saying that like we were going to have a lot of trouble doing multi-material prints with all these different nozzles because the RepRap firmware didn't support like conditionals and stuff in the G code. Well, they added support. They added support for that, so we can write super fancy G code that can do stuff like, you know, use multiple brushes and you know, just we can add all kinds of specific code to make it intercompatible with a whole bunch of different nozzles and a whole bunch of different configurations, which is sweet. So yes, G code is now Turing complete. Sooner or later, everything is going to be Turing complete. You know that Magic the Gathering is Turing complete? The rules are complex enough, and the card base is wide enough that you can implement a Turing machine using an infinite number of very specific Magic cards. And this was actually they actually found this a while ago. This isn't even, you don't even need new cards. Yeah, you can implement a Turing machine that uses the color of cards and the counters on them to signify instructions and data. You will need an infinite number of Magic cards, but most of them are jank, so you can get them at a cheap price. So there you go. It's infinity, but it's a cheap infinity. It's kind of what I'm saying. Oh man, I love buying bulk bad Magic cards. I'm always looking for I was always looking for an opportunity for that. For my, oh man, I went to this local game store for a while. Oh, I need to purge this while we're talking here. Yeah, my old local game store, we did a Secret Santa, and where's our extrusion? There we go. Yeah, we did Secret Santa, and I gave everyone a coal golem. So it was really fun going on some like eBay or some shit, and pardon my French. And getting like 50 coal golems because I was like hiding them in places. It was a blast. What? I'm a nerd. Deal with it. As for the no cussing thing, it's not. Yeah, it's funny because like I do it a lot. I just don't think it's not as funny. Bleeping it out is funnier. I wish I had a bleep button like in real life. I think that would be great. Like imagine talking to someone and like they open their mouth and go bleep 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 bleep. I imagine what it's like working at the SCP Foundation. People are talking to each other about something classified and all you hear is static. Alright, we're nicely purged. Now here's the nicely purged. We're going to switch the temperature here back to 200. Let's call this 205. Yeah, let's call this 205. And while this is cooling down, let's see if we can get this super brittle filament all the way through this 1 meter long feed tube without it cracking. These one of the biggest weaknesses of this printer is that these nozzles, these extruders don't have runout sensors. There's no runout sensors here at all. And that is a real issue because these complicated, you know, it's a real challenge because I don't have a lot of these filaments. Like a break or a runout is very likely here. And yeah, it's gonna cause some problems. So at some point I want to mod these things to add runout sensors. How's our resin doing? Let's can I see anything? Let's see where we're ending up. Come on. Up. Nah, still too low. Although like probably in half an hour we might be able to sneak a peek. It might be raising up high enough. Okay, we are at 215. That should be safe. So let's extrude. I'm using this particular extruder because of its 0.6 millimeter nozzle, and yeah, wood filament is likely to clog. Yeah, see all that? I guess you can't see it, but raising all kinds of hell in that nozzle. Yeah, it's sending out bits of crud because there are like little bits of cleaning filament left inside, and it's not very effective at removing them. The cleaning filament is specifically designed to stick to plastic, so when you run it through after when you run a composite material through after it, sometimes it tends to stick around the nozzle. But don't worry, it'll all get driven out during the first layer. All right. What are we gonna need here? What are we doing? Are we printing directly on glass? No, we probably want glue stick. So let's grab a glue stick. I still have a little bit of this build plate adhesive, this nano adhesive, whatever, but I don't trust it. I've already done a few prints on it. We have to leave it. All right. So we have to leave the enclosure open. I'm going to switch us back over here. Let's see. Time check on the resin print. Let's see. 36. We were 36 minutes in. It says we're at layer 250 out of 481. So it seems like probably about an hour, half hour to an hour left, depending. Let's see. I mean, I am running this pretty aggressively, but we'll see how well it keeps up. Look, it's part of learning the printer as well. So let's look this up. With all these exotic filaments, see all these tabs, except for this one and this one. All these tabs are the properties of different filaments that I have run off boats in. So yeah, we've been at this for a bit. What do you think? Should I sneak one resin boat in and just see if anyone notices? Okay. What was this called? This is called Easy Cocoa, I think. Easy Wood Cocoa. I think. Yeah, there it is. Easy Wood Coconut. There we go. This is ThingForge Technologies. ThingForge. That's a distributor. This is definitely a Form Futura product. Oh, this print's pretty hot for PLA. Prints at 200 to 240 Celsius. Huh. That's pretty spicy. So let's see. This is why I used that. I knew I was remembering this right. Extremely high wood fill. This is 40% wood. That's a lot. Most wood filaments are maybe 10%. This is 40% wood. These Form Futura people are nuts. Their filaments have just the most aggressive properties. Oh man, it's 40% by weight. Oh crap! It says gravimetric, so it's 40% by weight. So think of how dense wood, like sawdust, is compared to plastic. So there's a ton of wood in here. All right, I'm right. This is gonna make the place smell delicious. By the way, oh, it's gonna smell like maple syrup. So it looks like this prints the same way as regular PLA. It looks like they want us to use a slightly higher flow rate. Yeah, they want us to use almost. So this prints at standard PLA stuff, except we're going to run it a little hotter. And let's see, we want to print this on the slow side. And they want us to over-extrude a little bit. So, yeah. All right, so let's go back to Super Slicer. We have to use Super Slicer for this guy. And as we remember, Super Slicer does not play well with the changed resolution. So things could get a little weird. All right, so we want to run this thing off on extruder number 4 because that's the one that we have equipped. All right, let's see. So in the print settings, we are going to slice this a little thicker. We're going to do 0.2. You don't want to do thin layers with highly filled materials. You want to keep it thick. So let's take a look at what our infill is. Gyroid infill works for me. All right, this is. I'm going to slow the travel speed way down because this material can snap. Yeah, let's see. Nelly Merck says, not that's intolerable. The mic is either too close to your mouth, the gain is too high. Let's see. Maybe I turned the volume down in OBS, but let's see. This guy isn't letting me turn the volume down. Let's see. There's no control on the body pack. So let me see. I'll change it here in the. Let's see. I'm just going to change it here in the the sound interface. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Test, 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 test. All right, I think this should work. I think it should work a lot better. I need to up my sound here. So yeah, I shouldn't be bottoming out anymore. We should be good. All right. These speeds look a little on the quick side, so let's go back to. I'm just going to change the. I'm going to slow the perimeters and I'm going to slow the perimeters down a little bit. Infill, we can accept that the infill is going to be garbage. I'm okay with that. Let's take a look at the filament settings. That's very hot. We're going to put the first layer down at 225, the next at 210 or 220. I like printing wood filament a little on the hot side. I'll tell you why. Because it burns the wood very slightly, and you get some nice variations in it. It really brings out the wood temperature if you burn it very slightly. And I actually, this time, I talked about this for a second in the last Every Filament video. This one I actually printed a demonstration. Yeah. So I think this is I think this will work fine. And look, we've a bunch of this material. Cooling speed. We want to run this at 100%. Yeah, we want to. Let's see. We want to run the fan here. 100. No, wait. We can't run at 100% because these fans are super strong. We've made this mistake before. 50% is ridiculously strong. So we're going to run this at default at 50%. Bridges, we're going to give it 75. Sean Adwald, thank you so much for the very, very generous super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That is it's very generous. Just found your channel a couple days ago. Love it. I'm glad you enjoy. Thanks so much for making it possible to keep on making cool stuff. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the very, very generous super chat. I really appreciate it. So let's just make sure we got everything set here. Extrusion multiplier, they want us to do 1.04. We might be a little fast here. We'll see. It's really easy to tell if you're moving too fast or too slow. Fast is easier than slow, I guess. And fast, like if we're skipping, if we're getting crap layer adhesion, if the details suck, if it's breaking in the tube, then we're going too fast. Yeah. All right, I think this is pretty solid. I don't think there's anything left to do. Let's give this the old slicey. This one probably won't finish. It says 1 hour 20. Why is this so fast? What's going on here? That's very fast. Extrusion multiplier. Is this? Did I set this up to move too fast? What's going on here? No, these are standard parameters. What's going on? Do we do one perimeter? No, we got two perimeters. Yeah, all right. I guess it's a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. So, and we're printing 0.2 millimeter layers. So yeah, I guess this is reasonable. I've been printing all the other ones with. I've been trying to, as much as possible, use a 0.4 nozzle and 0.15 layers, so that I can make them look as comparable as possible. But yeah. Oh, and check this out. I set it up. So now I can start the print directly from Super Slicer. I finally figured it out. So at some point, we're going to consolidate basically when Super Slicer next updates, when they pull in the most recent Prusa version, I'm going to port everything over. We're going to switch entirely from Prusa Slicer to Super Slicer. It's going to be pretty sick. RC Engineering says, does speed have anything to do with bed adhesion at the first layer? Because I had some problems with that. That is, hang on a second. There we go. It can. Generally, you want to slow down by about 50% for the first layer. You really want to mash that first layer down there. So you'll notice, actually it's going to take a few seconds to do its thing so I can show you here. So you'll notice on our speed settings, here we go. On our speed settings, it actually has a special modifier for the first layer speeds. The first layer speed, we're actually printing a little bit slower. And it's also, let's see, also in the filament settings, you'll notice that I've set the first layer temperature a little higher just to make sure we really get that first layer down. Yeah, you got to get that first layer down. Dots of the Lock says, so many printers. We do, and I've actually been using all of them. I've actually been using all of them lately because printing all these advanced materials at once. there are so many there's so many filaments out there, and we're getting so many of them in this episode. Let's give you folks a better view over here. There we go. We even have a little boat in the front, so we remember what we're doing. It's going to be great. Ryan says to connect the duet board to the slicer, you need an API key. Where do you find it in the duet? I don't think you do, if I'm remembering this right. Let's see. No, you don't. You don't. You just set an IP address. If you're worried about this here, I forgot to switch it over here. Whoops. Yeah, you just set an IP address. Is it insecure? It's probably insecure. Are there ways to mitigate it? I don't know. Probably. Ioicloic says, anyone have a link to the fishing net nylon? 1 second. I should have that open right here because it was one of the first filaments that I checked out. So let's see. We got the guideline. Fishy filaments. There we go. So let me back up. 1 sec. Oh, it's just... There we go. It's just fishyfilaments.com. There we go. Fishyfilaments.com. Yeah, because I already had it open because I was looking at the parameters. Yeah. Matt E says, Zach, do you use any of the keyboards you made from your keyboard video? No. I didn't actually fully finish any of those keyboards. I didn't have time. Yeah, the ones where I showed let's see, the dactyl and the redox, I never wired them up. I never soldered them and added boards. The whatchamacallit, the Happy Anime Lady keyboard, I did something wrong with the matrix. Half the key, a bunch of the keys worked, some of them didn't. So enough keys worked that I could demonstrate it, but I never got that working. What I did do is I ended up, this keyboard that I've had here kind of sucks. It sounded awful on the mic on stream. So I removed all of the cherry blues and I replaced them with box jades. So technically, no. I'm just going to double check here. Looks like we're leveled a little on the low side, so I'm going to baby step us up. It's all right if it's the first layer, but it'll cause cumulative problems moving forward if we don't take care of it. So, in the strictest sense, no, I don't use any of them. But in a practical sense, I do, because my daily driver keyboards are now using basically the same parts as those keybs. All right, I baby stepped it a little too high. Let's bring it back down a little bit. That's beautiful. This is some nice filament. Let me hang on a second. I'm getting my nose in there. Oh, that smells like coconut. That smells like coconut. Oh, that is pleasant to my schnoz. That is giving me a happy honker. Oh, that's a nice filament. There's some very nice smelling filaments. I got a pine one that made the whole 3D printer closet smell like Christmas. I think I'll bust that out again come Yuletide, because it really smelled like Christmas. Let's see. There was a bioplastic. I think it was what was it? Polyterra. It was Polyterra by some Polymaker, I think. It's basically a pure recycled. It's not pure recycled. It's a combination of recycled PLA and bio, basically like bioplastic. Basically, the idea is you grow plants, right? The idea is grow plants, turn them into filament, print the filament, throw it out, and you've got carbon out of the atmosphere and into a landfill. And that had so PLA in general has sort of like a caramel smell as it's printing. That had the strongest, most delicious caramel smell I have ever had. Beefing, it says, Polyterra seems so weak and frustrating. It also turns white as you print it. I had a little bit of trouble with it. I'm going to redo that one. I had a little trouble with that one. I think it prints at a low... I think it needs a lower temperature than it says in the package. Yeah. Yes. Good PLA. Baka Moshige is correct. Good PLA does smell like sugary, delicious baked goods. let's turn our attention back to our big resin printer. Let's get a good look at what's going on there. So we're starting to the plate is starting to clear the filament, or it's starting to clear the resin. So I might. I wish this had a clear. I wish this had a clear vat, so we could take a look in from the side. Because the filament, the resin is clear. Can't quite make anything out. If I were smarter, if I were a smarter cyborg, I would have positioned the coin as far forward on the plate as possible, so it wouldn't have to rise as high before I can see what's going on. So, yeah. Ryan 3003 says, "How are you liking the tool changer? Any problems with the water cooling?" The tool changer has actually been exceptional. It took a very long time to get everything dialed in, but it's... Oh, I have to loosen up the filament. It's going to snap. It's... It took a very long time to get everything dialed in, but now that all the scripts are in good shape, and just getting everything set up, it has been an absolute dream. It's one of this. It's like super stable. It's super stable. It's quite fast, and yeah, being able to like keep so many different filaments on tap is really useful. It's a really solid printer. Would I recommend it? I mean, I don't think so. It's a hard recommendation because of the amount of work you want to put into it. But if you are interested, look, if you're interested in 3D printing, is the printers, right? If you like tinkering with the printers, dialing everything in, messing around with G code, kind of pushing the envelope, really getting your hands dirty and figuring out every aspect of your printer, then it's exactly what you're looking for. Yeah, because there's just so much versatility and flexibility. As for the water cooling setup, it's been working perfectly. It's been totally perfect. The water cooling system's been working great. It's been keeping the peak prints have been coming out fine. It's been keeping it cool enough that there's a tiny bit of Teflon in it. Like it is an all metal hot end, but it has a tiny bit of Teflon where the filament enters the heat break, and that hasn't melted, so it's been working beautifully. What's crazy is that even when I'm printing at like 400 Celsius, and it's been running for the whole print, the radiator still is barely warm. Like, the liquid cooling is just so far overkill for a 3D printer. It's really amusing. It barely gets warm. It's super overkill, but it does the job, right? It lets me, like, I can bring... I got the dehumidifier in there. You might not notice, but behind it, I have a heating mat for your lizard tank. So that's warming it up too. The temperature inside can now reach reliably about 50 Celsius, which granted isn't strictly high enough, but the Benchy's short. Doesn't give a lot of room to warp, and it's been working great. Like blowing 50-degree air doesn't really cool apart, so it's been doing a great job. We got some ergobled. We got ergobleds going in there. Bomb Invention says next is RGB. Legends say you can print 12 times faster with RGB. There's RGB in there, or do you mean like loading up a red, green, and blue filament? Because that's not how this works. That's not how this works. Matt DeYager says, "Is there a filament brand you use regularly and rely on?" This is interesting. That's an interesting question. I've tried. I mean, at this point, I will have tried almost every brand. I mean, the answer sucks, but I've talked about this before. The answer kind of sucks, but for PLA and PTG, it's Inland. It's basically Micro Center's house brand. I think it works fine. A lot of people have had problems with the quality. I never have. I think the quality is fine. It works fine. I can buy it off the shelf. I don't have to wait for it to show up. There's no concern. I never have to second guess whether it's going to arrive with the package popped open or anything, because I can actually like get in there and see it myself. I'm just seeing if I can get a better angle here, but it looks like I cannot. Trying to get an angle where you can actually see the boat. Yeah, blowing out that USB extension was really a setback. So yeah, I use a lot of Inland. As a whole, Tallman filaments are pretty solid. They're pretty good. Yeah, Tolman filaments rock. The more I use them, the more I like them. This is tea glass, which I've discovered is not pronounced tea glaze. It's tea glass. And I finally got the settings dialed in just right that now it's starting to look like beautiful and jewel-like. It's not easy to dial in Tolman's filaments. They're all nylon. They're not the easiest to print. But once you get it set, they're really good. I've also, what else? 3DX Tech, I've been super impressed with their filaments. Those are bananas expensive. 3DX Tech filaments are pretty friggin' sick. If I never had to pay for filaments ever again, I would print all 3DX Tech because they're great and they're profoundly expensive. The big surprise with all these boats. The one that I wasn't expecting that I really enjoyed was this one that I showed earlier. The Zortrax PETG with fiberglass, and the film is super cheap. But this is probably the best PETG print I've ever made. Look at the smokestack. It's perfect. The prow is perfect. Like, it has a little stringing, but you know it's PETG. But yeah, this is the nicest PETG print I have ever made. It's only the second print. Both times it doesn't have a bottom. Both times we had a problem with leveling. We leveled it. I leveled it far too low, so I raised it too aggressively, and it ripped the bottom off. But yeah, that's the one I'm most impressed by. But yeah, a lot of these filaments are really they're really cool. They're really impressive. A lot of them came out. You're going to see this. A lot of them came out looking gorgeous. You know which one's been a colossal pain in my booty is the and I totally deserve this one too. The one that's been a totally deserved pain in my ass is the trimmer line. Weed Whacker line is 100% nylon. You can print it, but no matter how much I dehydrate it, it always seems to be waterlogged. I've already dehydrated it for basically 2 entire days, and it's still full of water. So after we're done with the peak, I'm gonna put the nylon on the metal enclosure, crank up the temperature, and really let him have it. Yeah, but today's episode is sponsored not by E3D, but by Creality. We are working with Creality Resin and the Creality Halot-Sky resin printer. It's a large form factor 4K resin printer that, well, I'm really impressed with the build quality here. We're going to see how good the print quality is momentarily, but yeah, we're layer 400 out of 500, so we're actually in the home stretch. But yeah, the printer as a whole has been super easy to set up. It's been very easy to use. The version I have is a little in beta, so we've had some very enjoyable gotchas. But yeah, anyways, they're the sponsor. If you're interested in getting this machine or checking out the other Halot printer, the Halot Pro, I think links are all in the description. It really helps the channel out. So we're all. I can almost see it. I think we're gonna have to let this finish. I think the print I picked is just too shallow. Yeah. Oh, hey, people are checking out the social media. I haven't been posting very often because all these boats have really been. It's really hard juggling all those filaments, like you see how much running around and babysitting I have to do for this, right? Now think of me having to do this 3 more times simultaneously, and they're all different materials. It's great. And yeah, at least you don't have any resin going. So yeah, we're gonna see this resin print. We're gonna get this resin print going. I think it's gonna turn out well. We're gonna see. We'll clean it off. We'll cure it, and then we'll print a Benchy. We're gonna print a Benchy the exact same way. We're gonna print a Benchy here. Same way we'd print it on an FDM printer. I'm not sure we're going to be able to finish it in time because the Benchy is fairly large, but if this comes out well and we can use these more aggressive printing settings, then I think right now, let's see, it's 3:30. It could take around 2 hours and maybe 3 hours, so it's unlikely we're going to be able to do it on stream, but I will make sure that whatever comes out of that printer, it's going to show up on Twitter and Instagram. I can promise you that. We're going to see if we can make some boats. Unfortunately, it kind of comes to the territory of 3D printing in that 3D printers are slow. You know, it's an inherent challenge in doing any sort of streaming. Oh, we broke it. Yep, it finally broke. Looks like our filament tied in a knot. Now we went and done it. Our coconut filament has tied itself in a knot. So hopefully we can finish the boat with the filament that's still in the extruder. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to tab over to our slicer. Let's see. But tab over to Super Slicer, and I'm actually going to see how much. What's going on here? How much filament it says we're going to need. So it says we need 5 meters, about 4 meters, 4.8 meters, 5 meters. So we are going to have to refill this. This doesn't have a run-out sensor, so we just have to be really vigilant. Oh man, look at it's got a giant knot in it. Normally when I get a filament sample, I'll re-spool it to make sure it has no knots, but because of how brittle this filament is, I wanted to handle it as little as possible. So looks like yeah, well, if it isn't the consequences of my own decisions. Did we break it again? Almost. All right. I'm just trying to tease out the rest of the knots here. Yikes. This all wood filaments are brittle. Like, all composite filaments are brittle. Wood filaments are particularly so. And this one is especially brittle among a brittle class of filaments. Oh man, this is a real mess. I don't even want to transfer it to the workbench to show you, because I'm worried about what will happen if I torque this even a little bit. I said torque, not twerk. Oh man. Oh, there's... This is another thing that can never happen with resin. Resin can never snap. And you don't have to worry about samples or anything. Oh man. We are going to eventually do another Every Resin episode. I started talking about this earlier, but yeah, it definitely deserves my full concentration. He says as he's respooling filament. That's the most breakable filament around. Yes, I am going to do it, but it's different, right? There's one big difference between resin and filament, and it's extremely important from the point of view of a roundup episode like that. And that is that you can combine resins. So it's not just about, like, you know, how do I think about this? What do I think about this resin? It is how useful is this resin as part of your potion making? I don't know how I'm going to get this filament back on here, apart from unscrewing the reel. Like, how useful is this as part of your potion making toolkit? For instance, tenacious resin. If you print something in 100% Siraya tenacious, it's gonna suck. It's gonna be a blobby mess. And I know because I tried. It was actually another Benchy. It was scary. It was a scary Benchy. But if you mix 10 to 20% Siraya tenacious into a cheaper resin like the Creality Low Odor that we're using today, it will make it substantially tougher and less brittle. So it doesn't just come down to what are the properties of the material. It's also how well does it play with others. And I think that is really neat. And as far as I know, there's no guidance on that, even though I think it's one of the most important parts of resin printing, being able to formulate special blends with the exact properties you want. And there are other things to talk about too, like additives, because in 3D, like filament printing, let's be honest, like a lot of the decisions are like glitters, carbon fiber, colors, right? Like that stuff's relevant. But in resin, right, you can dye it yourself. You can add your own dye to the mix, and you can also put in your own additives like glitter. So in addition to featuring resins, I feel like I'd be selling everyone short if I didn't also talk about a few dyes and a few glitters in particular, because I think that would I think it's important. Also, it's important to think about how people... The other thing is, this is an interesting bit. We can't use the Benchy. Okay, sure, right. We can... All right, fine. Technically speaking, we can use a Benchy to print resin, but it doesn't show off... the resin It doesn't show off what the resin can do. We want something with more details. All right, so here we go. I'm being very gentle. We've re-spooled the coconut filament. 40% coconut by weight. It's crazy. So now our job is to keep our eyes on that filament tube and catch it before it runs out. I can't even loosen it so we can see it because it would just get sucked back in as it draws in filament. But yeah. Oh, I added a. Ryan 3003 says, I didn't see the touchscreen on the tool changer. It's so awesome. I need it on mine. I like having touchscreens on printers. I think it makes them much more usable. Yeah, I made this one. I have to put those plans up. It's just a Raspberry Pi on the side. Like I stuck a Raspberry Pi on the side, and it's just an off-the-shelf display in a case. There's nothing funny going on. Yeah, there's nothing crazy going on with it. Bakamoshige says, I would love it if a company came out with a resin line where you have a base photopolymer, additives, properties, and a series of colorants so you can match Pantone colors. Beefink says, I swear he previously said he hates touchscreens. Yeah, they grew on me. Opinions change. There are resins specifically intended for color-accurate printing. And what you want in one of those resins is very specific. You want a photopolymer that doesn't yellow, or rather takes a long time to yellow if you overexpose it, because that's what throws off your color. Yeah. Once you have a mix, you can dial it in fairly easily. But yeah, there are white. You can get white and natural filaments that are specifically designed to not yellow. And yeah, there you go. Rui Machado says, "Can you change the tool to use the new spool of filament?" I could, but that would waste everything in the feed tube. There's like a meter of filament in the filament guide. Keep forgetting what they're called. I don't want to waste it because I only have that one very small sample. So yeah, Rob Mintera asks, "What are we doing?" We are running off 2 prints. We are running off a resin print on this giant Creality Halot-Sky, and we're also running off a print on the little tool changer. Yeah. So yeah. So the print we're running off on the resin printer is a maker coin. It's basically a model, sort of like a benchmark model, specifically designed to show off the ability for this thing to reproduce details. So once we're done with that, we're going to run off the same Benchy that we're running off on this printer, and I don't think we're going to be able to finish that this stream because it turned out to take longer than I expected. But if you follow me on Instagram and Twitter and go on Discord or something, I'll make sure to share whatever happens. Don't worry though, you will see some resin prints. Don't worry. We do have this resin print going on right now, and we're going to clean that up in our fume hood. You can see. Well, I guess you can't, but trust me, it's there. We're going to clean it up and expose it, and yeah, we are going to have some resin prints going on. It's pretty cool. There are lots of resin properties that aren't always immediately obvious, and stuff you wouldn't always think of, like how effectively a resin can be used. How effectively a resin can be used to polish itself or another resin. Bakamoshige says the Make Rook is a fantastic resin benchmark. It is. It's very tall though. It's like the Rook with like the helix inside it. It's very tall, so it's not the best for for testing on stream. Sorry, yesterday I had some friends over, and for the first time in ages, luckily everyone was in town, everyone was vaccinated. Yeah. So yeah, it was quite a day. It was weird. It was weird to see everyone. Not something I'm planning on doing very often. Don't worry about it. Shoggoth9T says, so will it be in every type of resin video, and more like a beginner's guide? It's going to be every resin. Yeah, I think the way we're going to do it is we're going to do every resin plus every additive, and each one is going to. We're basically going to have. We're basically evaluating this in 2 ways. First off, what can this do on its own, and what can this do when combined with other stuff. And what would be really cool is to make like a matrix and combine each material with each other material, but that would take for friggin' ever. It would never happen. Yeah, it's just a more difficult video to structure. Top of that, like, to be totally honest, there's not a lot of difference between a lot of different. There's not a lot of difference between a lot of the different resins. A lot of company. Oh, we got a little thunderstorm going on there. Yeah, I got some thunderstorm going on. A lot of resins have very similar properties, and they only differ in, you know, maybe like this one can be washed with water. This one smells less. Yeah. It's pretty neat. Barry Carter says smallest feature in clear resin at 4K. I don't think so. I think you actually want to use an opaque resin because it'll capture more of the light. You can get a shorter exposure, which makes it less likely to bleed. So yeah. No, I'm not hungover. I'm just no, I'm not hungover. No, what I meant was like the place. I couldn't start setting the place up. Like I couldn't plan out. Usually I plan each stream and episode very rigorously, but I couldn't do that as much because I just straight up didn't have as much time. Yeah. I Eat Dead People says, LMAO, all resins are wildly different chemical makeups, making different polymer bonds. Yeah, but I don't think a lot of those are bottled and sold as 3D printer resin. Like, I think most of these photopolymers are using very similar materials. They're probably might even they might even be made words. They might even be made at the same chemical plants. There are some companies I know that formulate their own, like Soraya, and I believe I'm not sure. I think Creality, but I think a lot of them are basically the same. But look, that's what the episode's for. That's what we're there to find out. There are different resins that cure at different speeds. There are ones that have different finishes. Some are very thin or thick, which have different effects and printing in different circumstances. There are burnout resins intended to be they're burnout resins intended to be cast into. They're high temperature resins. It's really cool. Yeah, there's a lot of variety. The same when there's a lot of variety, although it's a little less spicy because you don't have composites, right? You don't have like. Oh, hey, look what we got. Look what's going on. Check that out. Right on time. There we go. All right. Let me go in for a closer look. Oh, this is so exciting. So, yeah, it looks like it definitely stayed attached. I'm not seeing any lifting off the plate. I can't. It's hard to tell details because we. Oh, geez. It's hard to tell details because it's still covered in resin. Before we take this out, we're gonna let it drip for a few minutes, just so that. We're gonna let it drip for a few minutes. In the meantime, let's get ourselves set up. I seem to have ruined the ability to use the hotkeys to control our printer vision camera, so I need to deal with that by hand. There we go. Everything's fine. There we go. All right. So we're going to zoom out. Let's see. We're going to zoom out so we can also get the. Let's see. So it might be a little tricky. It might be a little tough to see stuff. I'm going to explain everything that's going on. Because I would have liked to run a camera in here, but the USB extension did not arrive on time. So let's just make sure we have everything set up. We're gonna have to plug this in. We do not. Someone asked if we had a wash tub. We do not. We're not going to be using a wash tub today. Let me. I'm gonna have to prepare everything. Instead, we're going to be hosing it down with the wash bottle and giving it a thorough scrub with a toothbrush. I don't have enough IPA to fully immerse it, so we're gonna be scrubbing. I have 91%. That scream wasn't me. That was a kid playing around outside. So let me find a container here for hosing it down. Here we go. Have a metal tray, not plastic. It's important. The reason we don't want to use plastic is because filament can easily bond to it permanently. So let's move this out of here. All right, and we have our little rotating turntable. So the plan is, let's see. But then again, now I'm thinking about it, like, no, there isn't going to be that much alcohol. And besides, we're going to be venting this all outside. There's a fan right in front of it. So I'm going to move the fan over a little bit. And yeah, we're going to pull out the print. We're going to knock it off. We're going to hose it down with the wash bottle right here. Give it a thorough scrub. I think this toothbrush is actually, yep, toothbrush is overloaded with resin. Don't worry, I got plenty of toothbrushes. Yeah. How much filament do we have left? Looks like, are we coming to the... Hang on a second. Remember, I can't... We have to be careful about running out of filament. So it looks like we still have a bunch. Oh, no, we broke it. So now is an excellent time to replace it. So we're going to pause the print. Hang on a sec. Let that drip. We're going to pause it. How do I control this? Let's go back to the dashboard. Let's retract. There we go. Yeah, we have to be careful here because it doesn't have a runout sensor. So this is how much filament we ended up wasting. But we now have our carefully rewound spool. So let's put that back in, and then we'll get back to our resin. Our resident evil. Because this stuff has actually been seems pretty well behaved. Could barely even smell it. All right, just bear with me one sec. We're just gonna shove this filament all the way through. This feed tube is so friggin' long. This is ridiculous. It smells like rain in here. All right, then we're going to extrude back through. And let's go back to the job status. And back to business. Excellent. Crisis averted. So we're going to need to grab a fresh set of gloves. All right, we got a fresh set of gloves. Let's see. I've got my goggles. Let's turn this over here. This really, let's see. Bakamoshige says, put a silicone mat under it. Yeah, I really should. That would be smart. Let's turn this a little bit, actually, so we can see more of this. It's not really as bright as it looks. I have this slightly overexposed to make it look nicer. So, yeah, I'm going to put on the goggles because it's possible for it to splash as we knock it off the plate. So, yep, we're going to use some googles. Before we do anything, we got to make sure we plug in our UV spotlight because we don't want, we want to cure this thing quick. So let's see. I'm wondering if we want a container to scrub this off in instead of... Actually, I do have a silicone mat, now I'm thinking about it. I think it's silicone. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think... yes, I do. So let's swap this around and find ourselves a container. Yep, I have this silicone mat that came with the heat gun. And it's heat proof, but it should also not allow anything to stick to it. So it's the perfect thing to finish our resin on. And we're also going to need a container of some kind. Brooke, if you're listening, you think you could grab me like the bottom of a Tupperware, a Noosa tub, a food service tub, something of the neighborhood? In the meantime, I'm going to go underneath here and just confirm that, yes, we have our UV. Excellent. So, yeah, we just need a container to rinse everything off in. In the meantime, let's open this up and drain it. So, yeah, this swivels back like so. We're going to pull this off, and we're just going to tip it to the side to let the resin run off the top. There's not very much on it. It's pretty aggressively angled. But yeah, take a look at that. It doesn't look like it has much detail, but that is probably because we have to wash it. Yeah. Thank you very much. Alrighty. So yeah, there we go. So let's give this a little rinse. I'm gonna open this up. I'm gonna try not to stand in front of it. Here we go. All right. So let's very gently try to remove this. Come on. Oh, beautiful. Oh, it came off. Oh, it's coming off perfectly. Oh, that's perfect. Could not be any better. All right, let's put this back and close this. It doesn't smell tremendously. All right. So now, let's see here. We're going to give it a thorough squirt. Give it a thorough squirt and a little scrub. Yeah, now here's the part I always forget. Are you supposed to remove the supports before or after you cure it? Because I think if you remove them before, they're easier, but you have a higher chance of taking off too much and putting pits in the thing. I think if you do it after it's cured, it can leave little zits, leave little pock marks. This is looking pretty good. The level of detail is quite solid. It's looking pretty solid. I'm thinking we'll leave the supports on, take them off after we cure it. I don't think there's like a definitive answer to this either. All right. So that's looking pretty good. Let's grab it. So let's rearrange the furniture a little. I'm going to put our turntable here. Let's start with the top. Let's see. Come on, I need more cable here. Perfect. And let's go underneath and switch it on. There we go. Yeah, this is also... Oh, hang on a sec. I was going to say this is also going to cure the resin on the scraper, but we want to remove some of that first using this paper towel. And then any residue is just going to get cured on, and we can snap it off later. And this should take about... Doesn't take long to cure. It's probably only about 30 seconds, maybe a minute, somewhere in the neighborhood. Yeah, I don't need this anymore. Ah, that's looking pretty good. Let me think here. I'm just gonna... Don't worry, I'm not using my resiny fingers. I'm just using my palms. So let's zoom in a little so everyone can see the action. Huh? Here we go. Yeah, around and around it goes. So yeah, the UV spotlight is finishing the job, and it's curing the rest of it. It's before it was in a green state. It has nothing to do with the color. It just means it's sort of like a green tree, right? Like it hasn't been cured yet, but the details came out really well. This is a really good print. So let's see. We're gonna give that a few more minutes. Turn it on its side, cure the side. Then we'll snap off the. I'll turn on its side, give it an all-around cure, and then we'll snap off the supports and just hit the bottom where the supports were blocking the light. But yeah, this looks really good. I have to make a model like this. I have to make a maker coin. What do you folks think should be on the Void Star maker coin? What do you think that thing should look like? Maybe if we ever do merch, I'll include one with the order. Gotta make some T-shirts. I gotta get that merch done. It's been on the to-do list forever. What do you think? Is this enough? Let's go over and check chat. Ambercore 1000 says, "Did you just scrub it with a slightly moist brush?" No, I put the I hosed it down with a wash bottle full of alcohol and just scraped it off. I want the alcohol to be the last thing that hits it before not the brush, because it'll make it give a uniform texture. Yeah. Let's see. I think this is about good. Let's turn it on its side. Let's actually, just going to give it a little bit of a tap to give it a little scrape. Yep, looks fine. So we're going to turn it on its side. And then we'll remove the supports. Yeah, I think if you want the best quality, you remove the supports first. But if you want to make your life easier, you remove them after. I guess. What do I know? I don't do as much resin printing as I do filament printing, especially because at this point, what have I used? Like 100. I've already used like 100 different types of polymer to print, to do FDM printing. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting more resin going, especially more functional things with resin. The main resin, correct me, material scientists in the audience, feel free to correct me, but I believe the most common resins are basically like acrylic, sort of, I believe. They're more like acrylics, like PMMA type. Let's rip these off, and yeah, look at that, came off in one piece. And hit the bottom. I'm remembering this from back in the day. I'm also going to cure this as well. You don't want to look at I don't want to look at this too long. Yeah, so it's basically very brittle, and it's inappropriate to use for things that are going to get punished a lot, like wearables and stuff. But there are certain resins and additives that can strengthen it. That's what I use for my heads-up display. My heads-up display is, I think it's a mixture of about, I want to say 80% just some cheap resin, maybe the one that came with the printer, with 20% tenacious. But yeah, I'm impressed with this resin. After this is done, I'm gonna give it. We're gonna give this a few more seconds. Then I'm gonna give it a final rinse, and then I'll bring it back over here. And actually, you know what? I don't think we're gonna bring it over there. I think we'll point the camera over there so that we can get like a really nice macro shot, because blurry webcam that refuses to focus properly is it's not going to do this justice. So let's see. Still needs a bit more. All right. So yeah, one of the disadvantages. Yeah, I should have ripped off the support material. I made a boo-boo, because if I'm not putting it in like a basket and shaking it around, so the wash bottle and the brush can't get under the support, so it's gonna be blobby on the bottom because there was still some resin there. So yep, I made a mistake. I made a mistake. Hardest part of streaming and doing this type of thing is really like just keeping it in your mind that like people won't stop watching if you make mistakes. Because I'm always like, I don't want to, like, I have to do everything perfect or people aren't going to watch and be like, why am I wasting my time on this chump? But no, it's clearly because you clearly are watching the show because you think I'm going to do a giveaway at some point. It has nothing to do with my technical ability. Anyways, I think the top looks perfect though. It's going to be more than enough. So I think this is fine. I don't want to leave this on too long. Let's take this out, and I'm just going to tap the bottom just to make sure everything is set. That's pretty. It's pretty good. It's not 100% though. We're not there yet. So I'm going to turn this back on, and I'm going to put something. Let's see. I'm going to grab a piece of plastic here. I'm going to put it under it to shim it up at an angle, so that I can kind of get into the middle part isn't curing very well. So I'm turning it on its side. Beefink, it says a lot of people watch to see the mistakes, and then that is correct. Ambercore 1000 says just invest in ultrasonic cleaner, makes the process super easy. I think you're right. I saw one at Harbor Freight. I was thinking of getting it. I decided against it because I'm a real cheapskate. But I don't know. I like things that are easy more than I like things that are cheap. So yeah. What a pain in the butt. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Set Top Vox says make a shroud with foil around the base of the spotlight, might cure faster. So my previous setup was I had this bin, like a sealed gasket box that I actually lined with aluminum tape. So I basically made a chamber. I just didn't use it here because you can't see it. So yeah, this isn't the Captain Nico says if it's not curing due to excess resin from bad cleaning, you can put it underwater, then under the cure lamp, and it'll cure the surface right up. That sounds like a good idea. Let's just give it one more check to confirm. See how everything's working. I think this looks fine. The surface looks uneven because of the bad cleaning job, but on the whole, otherwise I think it's fine. So let's switch this off. I'm going to close this to make sure the farts only have one way to go, and that's they can only go one side, and that's the outside. And let's put this down here, and let's try to get a good shot of it. Let's try to get a good shot. Oh, one sec. Just gonna mess around with the lens. Put on our macro lens here, so we can get a close inspection of our maker coin. Gotta look up whose maker coin it is, so we can thank them properly. Ah, there we go. Yeah, doesn't that look delicious? Looks like a jujube or something. So yeah, so this is the bottom surface. Yeah, you can see how filament like pooled in the pockets, or resin pooled in the pockets and ruined all the details. But if we check the other side, this is what it's supposed to look like. And you see the details came out beautifully. Like the edges, the inside edges are really sharp. The surface. Remember, this wasn't laying flat against the bed. Right? This wasn't flat against the bed. This is printing at an angle. So to get a surface this reflective is pretty impressive. And let's check out the serrations on the side. It looks great. Lettering. Can't do lettering like this on an FDM printer. But look how crisp it is. RU3D. I guess that's who made the maker coin. So yeah, this thing ended up looking great. Yeah, it's a forbidden lifesaver. It's it's like an acrylic type resin, I think. I don't know much about the material science, but I do know this looks great. Yeah. See, there was a little bit of extra plastic. You can see that some parts are shiny. That's one way to get shiny prints, is like after you're done printing it, you just dunk it in resin, and like you dunk it in some resin and immediately cure it. So it cures before, like the matte finish happens because of using the alcohol. But yeah, I think that looks really good. And these were aggressive settings. I turned this down from 4 seconds of exposure to 2 seconds, and 8 seconds of waiting to 4 seconds. So I printed this double speed, and But yeah, look, it's not the best print. This is just a demo print. Nico's pointing out the white marks. Yeah, you can see. Let's find something pokey to point with. Yeah, so you can see the white substance inside here is. Yeah, that's caused by not cleaning it properly and not drying it properly before curing. So yeah, this is showing a lot of signs of sloppiness. But again, yeah, you can see it really bad here. But again, like, this is just a diagnostic print, and I think it did its job. I think this printer's ready to rock. So now we know for a fact it works. Unfortunately, we're not going to have time to print a boat on stream because we only have an hour left. But nothing stops us from setting it up, getting it going, and yeah, getting it going, and we'll play it by ear from there. So yeah, let's turn the. Let's see. I'm going to turn this back to our printer. I know we still have the whatchamacallit? We still have the macro lens in, but I think that's fine because I want to give you a closer look at the Creality brand. I mean, at this thing in action. So yeah, let's get that thing nice and centered. I'll show you so you can see how it looks as we work. I'm going to take these gloves off and switch back to showing our desk. I'm going to go back to the desk cam. At some point, I have to get a second monitor and a second webcam, so I don't have to keep turning this thing around. But yeah, if you're interested in this printer, by the way, yeah, by the like. This is what it looked like out of the box. It did literally nothing except make its print settings even more aggressive. And this is like how well it did out of the box. This is much better looking than the Frozen took a bit to dial in, but this is really impressive. And the model we're printing here, let me just go back to the page where we downloaded it. I think I closed that window, right? Did I close it? No, here we go. This is the Maker Coin Filament Swatch by RU3D. So if you're interested in making this, you know, there you go. Okay, but we came here for boats. We're not here to make some friggin' coin-ass baloney bullhawk. We came here to print boats. So let's get that out of here and let's get in our boat. So I'm going to print this. So to get the most direct comparison. Hey, don't look. Don't look. It's my Micro Center invoice. You're going to know I worked for Micro Center. Yeah, actually, I got some minor Micro Center news. Actually, I don't think you care about it. Maybe we'll talk about it later. Yeah, some minor Micro Center news. What was I looking for? Oh, right. We're looking for 3D Benchy. There we go. I keep forgetting where I put it, so I have to search for it. So let's drag the 3D Benchy in. And so we want to make this as close of an analog. Close of an analog to the FDM printing as possible. So we're going to leave this like in this orientation. It's going to print upside down, but it's going to otherwise be under the same constraints as FDM printers. No support material permitted. So to prepare this, we're going to hollow it out first. Let's see, if we want to make this a direct comparison, right, we would hollow this to 0.8 millimeters, but I think that might be a little too aggressive for a resin printer, because resin is pretty, especially green resin is pretty, it's weak, it's brittle. The printer, I couldn't tell. Jake Mogensen asks, how noisy is the printer? I honestly can't tell you, because the fan is, however loud it is, the fan is much louder. I think it's barely audible, because really all it's doing is raising and lowering the plate a tiny bit. So you can definitely, I think you can hear it, but it's not. It's very it's not much. So I'm thinking we do what do we do before 1.6? 1.6 millimeters. Even that. Let's go one. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think, Nico? Is 1.2? Is 1.2 going to do it? Fletcher Redder asks, how smelly is the printer? Definitely noticing the smell, but only because I'm looking for it. I think between the internal filter in the printer itself and the low odor resin, I think it's pretty, and the fan blowing it out the window, I think it's pretty far under control. All right, so we've hollowed it out. Remember, we don't want to turn this into a filament gusher, so we got to punch holes all over this thing. Lots and lots of holes to drain out that filament, or drain out that resin. I keep saying filament. Hide a sneaky one in there. Let's see. Yeah, lots and lots of holes to drain out the resin. Let's hide a sneaky hole in here. We want to bunch up here too. I think we placed it up around here, here, and here. Does it work? Oh, check it out! It works with the Space Mouse. Heyo. Although it's backwards, which makes it really hard to control. It's backwards. I should say compared to Fusion 360. So I'm having a nightmare controlling this. Oh my God, this is so hard. It's backwards. Space Mouse. So yeah, I'm gonna add a whole bunch of holes here. Give it lots of room to drain the lizard. So let's just confirm. Yeah, we got holes. What's his name? Actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf would be proud. Let's see. Oh, we're gonna have like a. I'm not too worried about like we don't have to punch holes in literally everything. It's fine, Like we don't have to get holes everywhere. We just want to just minimize the amount of resin in there. Let's add some under here. I'll be more careful about rinsing this out this time. And let's see, on the bottom, no reason not to perforate it. Let's put a sneaky one in the dot. All right. So we have lots of holes. I think we're good. Normally you don't have to be this anal, like we don't have to worry about getting every single bit of resin out of there, but this is transparent, so everyone's going to be able to see everything. But yeah, I think this is it. I think this is what we want. So let's grab. Oh, jeez, my mic body pack fell off. What's going on here? Can you still hear me? I think we can still hear me. I'm still seeing the little meter jump around. So let's get this thing sliced up. Let's throw it onto. I know there's a problem with my drive. The problem is it was just in a 3D printer. Hollow blockers. That's interesting. So let's go to. Let's see. So people were talking about keycaps too. So now that we know that this printer is fairly reliable, right? I guess like we still have a few minutes. You're not going to be able to see the thing print anyways. Now that we know the printer's fairly reliable, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't load the plate up, right? So what do you say we go on? Let's go back to the site and let's look for a keycap. People were talking about keycaps, so I want to see if this resin will do a good job with it. A keycap with an atom, a keycap with an alien. I think this decision has been made. I think we're making this one. We're making this one. This is the keycap. This is the keycap for us. It has been decided. I love it. I love it. All right, this is going to need supports. Aw, there it is. Isn't it beautiful? Ain't she a beaut? What let me think here. What do we I think I'm going to turn this a little. Rotate. There we go. Yeah, we're going to turn this a bit to try to Actually, is this the way we want to turn this, or we want to print it upside down? I don't think we want to print it upside down. Basically, yeah, we want Shrek's giant head to we want Shrek's enormous head to not ruin our FEP. Oh, this is nice. Okay, let's get back to our prepare. We're gonna hollow. Oh, don't want to put a hole there. We're gonna hollow Shrek. I think Shrek should be hollowed the same way. Very nice. Oh, it's got like holes in his eyes, so like the glowing goes all the way in. Oh, that is just genius. So yeah, we'll perforate the bottom of Shrek's head, add in a whole bunch of holes there. Oh, beautiful. This is art. This is art right here. Let's add in a couple in the back too. And let's get some inside his creepy Shrek eyeballs, because they're going to be hidden anyways. Oh, isn't that... Oh, that's great. I love it. I love it so much. Let's give this guy some support material. Come on. There you go. Beautiful. Shrek is love. Shrek is life. Astronautical, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for deciding to print a keycap. I love you, Zosh. You're my hero. Aw, I appreciate that a lot, and I appreciate the contribution. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Is there one more thing we want to get on here? Is there one more? One more thing. Matt E says, speaking of keycaps, the OpenSCAD keycap repo KeyV2 that I used in my keyboard episode is seemingly active again after 10 months of inactivity. Oh, that's great. I wonder if I helped. Keycap generator. Yeah, that's a perfect use of OpenSCAD. It's perfect use of parametric CAD. Brooke says, get a pony on there. The wife wants a pony. The wife gets a pony. We could do a sus keycap. Yeah, look at that. Keycap sus. But green is never the imposter, right? It's always red. A pony. Oh my. That's a 3D scan, and it looks like Garbo. Oh, that's a pony. I don't think that's the type of pony we're looking for, though. I don't think that's the type. Brooke, is that the type of pony you want? Is this the pony, or this kind of pony? That's a tall pony. That's a bear. That's not a pony. A clockwork pony. It has a barrel. The barrel as his chest. Is that a pony? That's a very fat horse. How about this one? What do you think? A My Little Pony? All right, there we go. Oh, it's a RAR file. You know it's going to be good when it's a RAR file. WinRAR is going to ask me to buy it. Oh, there it is. There it is. Please note, WinRAR is not free software. What do you think? Should we buy WinRAR? No. Not even for a meme. No way. Pirate life for me. All right, let's get our butts back into the downloads folder, and let's chuck our pony onto there. Pony. There we go. All right, let's go back to Lychee Slicer. I could totally go for something lychee flavored right now. That would be delicious. There we go. We got a pony. Let's see how the auto orient works. Let's see auto orientation. That's not bad. I'm guessing it's automatically orienting it to minimize the surface area. But yeah. All right. So let's get a pony on there as well. No reason not to, right? Very nice. Okay, we're gonna go to prepare. I just want to see if this has hollows in it. Yep, the pony has some hollow areas, so we're going to want to punch some holes in the pony. This is a delicate operation. Trust me, I'm a doctor. Let's punch some holes in the chin. I want like let's go under the mane. I want places people won't notice. Let's see, maybe like under the belly. Let's see, inside the tail. Should we give her a butthole? I'm really mature. I had someone like there was some YouTube comment like to the effect of should I give him creepy eyes, like punch some holes in creepy eyeballs. What was I on about? Oh yeah, someone was like, yeah, I really want to show you would be great in your videos. Like, I really want to show your stuff to my kids because I think they'd learn a lot. But like, you keep putting in so many off-color jokes. I don't want my kids asking about things like that. And I'm like, I'm not gonna make a kids show. Get out of here. I didn't really respond. I'm not gonna respond to something like that. What's some other good places? Let's throw some holes in there. Just tuck them out of the way where no one can see them. All right, I think that's fine. This definitely needs support. Let's generate some supports, see what they look like. This is a lot of geometry to support. Oh, this looks pretty good. Yeah, it looks all right. So I think we're ready to rock. Before we go, I just want to do one final sanity check and make sure that all of our... Yep, we got lots of holes. Sussy baka, yes. I think that's it. Let's export. Let's get them out of here. Oh, we have an ad. Nope. No free advertising for anyone except Creality, who was nice enough to sponsor today's printer. So yeah, definitely. Yeah, thanks a lot to Creality for sponsoring the printer. It's been working great. They also sponsored this low odor resin that's making it possible to print in here, and that's rad. Yeah, Creality has some really cool stuff coming up, and this is one of them. I'm really impressed with this printer. This worked great out of the box. The frozen printer, I remember specifically, the problems it had were. It was tricky to level. Things weren't sticking to the plate right away. We had to dial that in, and the FEP arrived deformed, so we had to replace that right away. So let's save that. So this printer worked really well right out the box. Oh, I had it on the wrong screen, so you can't see it slicing. You know what? I'm gonna drag this back over and cancel. There we go. No, please don't show another friggin' ad. Oh, for crying out loud. There we go. Look at WinRAR. There you go. Look at WinRAR instead. Why is it showing me a LastPass dialog? Let's see about WinRAR. End user license agreement. Oh, I may use the software for a test period of 40 days at no charge. Following the test period, the user may purchase a license. The user must purchase a license. Well, it's a good thing that I only downloaded this on, hang on, was 40 days ago. I forget. No screen. What's going on here? Oh, I tab away from OBS for 1 freaking second. Let's see. Brooke is, what's going on here? Yeah, all right, that's better. All right, I think that's 20 seconds. I've learned a lot about WinRAR. Get out of here. There we go. All right, that's what you got to see. That's the cool part. It's rendering each slice. And what's cool is that what's being displayed here on the monitor is exactly what's going to be displayed on the projector that actually forms the images, which, I don't know, something about that just tickles me. I love it. Oh, that's neat. It looks like it's zipping them. That's pretty neat. So this is a 3-hour print and change, but unfortunately, even if it was only half an hour, we barely have enough time for it. So we're going to save it, and that's it. Yeah, that's it. So, yeah, let's boop. Oh, there we go. So we're going to plug this in on the side. Print 3D Benchy, Shrek, and a pony. There we go. I don't know why it's displaying it twice. That's really weird. So it's calculating at 2.5 hours. But, all right. There we go. All right, we're gonna get to see that thing getting plunged in, and hopefully from this angle you'll be able to see the spotlight glowing around the edges of the display. I guess actually, now I'm thinking about it, you probably won't, because that means it would expose too much resin. So never mind, you're not going to see anything, except it's going to look really cool when it goes sploosh and goes right in. There we go. Ah, beautiful. I love watching resin printers in action. They're really cool. Yeah, I gotta hook up the resin laps too. The resin, I don't know how it works. It's just a photo cell with a headphone jack on it. I have no idea what the hell it's supposed to do. All I know is that they give that guy who made it, like Etsy gave the guy who made the resin laps so much trouble that he's never, like, basically he just left Etsy. Like, they canceled his Etsy store out of nowhere. The guy makes resin 3D printing accessories. I'm gonna make sure that knob is tightened. It wasn't. Don't worry, I was holding my breath. Safety squints were on. Yeah, they friggin' canceled his account, and all he was doing was selling resin accessories. That's literally all he was selling. Some baloney. So I can smell the resin, but it's not very strong. Let's open up. Oh crap! I can't open up the other view. Oh man, this thing's stringing like crazy. You should see this 3D print. It's so stringy. Oh, it's great. Yeah, we got all kinds of cool stuff to show off. Yeah, I'm really impressed with this printer. You can print some. Having like when it comes to FDM printers, they're real diminishing returns when it comes to the plate size, when it comes to XY size. Because, you know, it just, the time stacks up so quickly that it's often even not worth it. Like, the difference between a 200 by 200 and a 300 by 300 FDM printer is not relevant. But when it comes to resin, the bigger an XY you have, the more things you can run off simultaneously without it taking more time. So it means a lot more. It's a bigger deal. And yeah, I'm glad I have a large form factor resin printer. It's gonna be pretty sick. It's going to come in very useful. Planning on trying to mix in more resin prints to our usual routine, because I really want more people to start feeling more comfortable using resin. Yeah, look at it. Look at it dunking. Isn't that neat? Yeah. The Chad thing to do is just to flip the lid up so that you get a clear shot, but I'm not gonna do that. Pardon me. Yeah. We got our printers going. Ah, this is great. Like a tiny little print farm. Here, I'm going to cut this off for 1 second so that I can show. There we go. No, not the print. Not that one. Not that one. I want that one. There we go. I even put a little transition in there. There we go. Yeah, the Void Star Lab is really it's really coming together. Setting like. It's tricky. Like it's tricky to get everything set up so that like the show goes smoothly, and there isn't very much for me to. There aren't very many other maker streamers for me to watch. Most of the projects that people make on Twitch or something are like mechanical keyboards or whatnot. They're very small and contained. Like you could fit them on a desktop and just point a bunch of cameras at it. But my stuff has me flying all over the room. But I think it's starting to come together. I'm pretty happy with it. I'm glad the audio work has been working out too. So let's take another quick look at chat and let's see how much time is left on. First off, let's see how much time is left on the boat. Warm up time 11 seconds. Last layer time 11 seconds. Job duration 3 hours 10 minutes. How long was that supposed? 3 hours 10 minutes. 1 hour 10 minutes. All right. So this boat only has about 15 minutes left. All right, so we're definitely gonna keep the stream going until the wooden boat is done. I hope you like string. Like I hope no one's arachnophobic because it looks like a spider has been at this thing. It's just the nature of the game. Wood filament strings like absolutely nothing else. It's the worst. That's another neat thing about resin. You never have to worry about stringing. I mean your print can deform, but it depends on the resin you use. Yeah, resin printing has a habit of or has a reputation of not being dimensionally accurate, but that strictly depends on the resin. There's different resins just have different purposes. The standard resin is not so dimensionally accurate. Like this thing is going to be slightly warped. Yeah, you can see if you look at the side, it's very slightly warped. Like it's slightly skewed because it kind of bent a little as it was ripped off the FEP off the film. But there are resins specifically designed to make dimensionally accurate prints, like the ones I did for my heads-up display. Yeah, and those were so accurate that I removed the tolerances. They had a tolerance of like basically nothing. So yeah, look at it. It's dunking. We're printing. Can you actually see the boat there? Let's see. You actually see the boat? Yeah, you can see a little boat going on there. Look at that. Very nice. These printers are so cool. Oh man, these printers are so rad. I'm not really the type of person to I don't buy equipment like to have it, right? I don't replace stuff until it's no longer I only replace stuff when it's no longer usable. So having new stuff is a real experience for me. Like when I bought the Prusa Mark III's after it had been on the market for or the Mark III after it had been on the market for years. I think I got it a month or two before the Mark III's was released, and that was ages ago. So like I never have new stuff, and it's really neat to be playing around with the latest and greatest. I hope it doesn't go to my head. But no, we're not planning on turning Void Star Lab into an unboxing channel. We're planning on nope. We have these tools because I think we're gonna use them. And use them we have. Oh my god, there's so many friggin' boats in that bin. The number I still have left to do is bananas. I spent literally the entire day printing boats back to back on 4 printers, and I still have more filaments left to test than there were in total in the entire first episode. I have to split this up into multiple episodes. Like I don't see any other way around it. Like otherwise, I mean, what do you think? Would you be interested in an hour-plus long episode about tons and tons of filaments, or is that just like? Would you just be like? What do you think? Is that too far? Has science gone too far? Let's see. Yeah. Thanks a lot for the. Thanks a lot for. By the way, it seems like Cap Nico's on his way out. But thanks a lot for the thanks a lot for all the advice. You're very helpful. I don't know a tremendous amount about resin printers, especially these new ones. Billy's printers are also on the older side. Yeah. Captain Nico says the Resin Lab system is hard to implement on the Sky because the light isn't visible through the case. You have to open it up to properly install the photocell. Is that how it works? It's just taking a picture every time the light turns on? That's kind of obvious. I feel like I should have thought of that. I'll just drill a hole in the side, whatever. You know I'm going to do that. C says, what if you put the camera inside the hood? The problem isn't the camera. It's actually very easy to mount a camera in a resin printer because there's just so few moving parts. The problem is making sure the camera always triggers when the... you see how it's dunking it up and down? You always want it to trigger at the same point. You always want to trigger either at the top, like after it's been pulled out, or at the bottom when it's being exposed. You don't, otherwise it'll look like it's jittering around and you don't see it like being pulled out of the vat, like the Terminator rising from the pool of liquid metal. And I just realized that YouTube is full of kids and no one's going to know what the hell is going on here. Ryan3003 says, would you consider trying assemble in the tool changer? I absolutely would. I went as far... So I actually went as far as ordering the motor for it, and what else did I order? I had the I ordered an extra plate, like an extra tool changer plate. I ordered the outboard motor, or the outrunner, and I added everything to my Amazon shopping list. And I just decided at the last second, like, there's no time to do this. The assemble, by the way, is it's an attachment for the tool changer that adds a mill. It's basically a tiny CNC mill, and the idea is that you can extrude, you basically extrude filament on, and then you can mill it off so that you always have a perfectly flat surface. You can mill around the edges to make perfect sharp angles. Remember, you can't make sharp angles with you can't make perfectly sharp angles with an extruder because it's extruding a noodle. It's a round thing. You make a sharp corner with a round dot. So you use that to mill out the rest. And you can set it up with a camera system, so if a layer fails, you can have it roll back and erase layers so that you can start over from a known point. It's pretty sick. Yeah, pretty fun. Mind the Gab says, Zach, if you printed an angle, you avoid layer shifts and your prints come out better. Yeah, we angled the... I deliberately didn't angle the print very aggressively, and with the Benchy, I'm deliberately not angling it, because for the first one, I want to print it faster, and for the second one, I want to, for the Benchy, I want to make it the closest comparison to filament as possible. I think we'll eventually do, I'll also print one on the side to make it more dimensionally accurate, but I want to provide the most direct head-to-head comparison, because it's something people are really interested about. Cockamamie Schemes says, apart from print time, how long does it take you to write each description for the different filaments? This is a very interesting question. This is a really interesting question. I don't know. I never really keep track of this stuff. That's part of what makes it interesting. I remember for the first episode, I wrote descriptions for nearly all filaments, and I threw them all out because the episode was boring as hell. So that took ages. For this, I now know more what I'm doing. It'll probably take 10 minutes, 20 minutes or so per filament. So, yeah, I'm budgeting in 3 or 4 entire days just to write that episode. Yeah, the episode's going to take for friggin' ever. Like, I gave myself an extra week. What day is it? Today's Friday. So we're going to be doing we're going to be doing another episode this coming Saturday, hopefully. We're going to be doing an episode that's just a tour of the workshop. Basically just a tour of the 3D printing stuff. Because I was going to, I'm never going to have a chance to show off this tool changer or this, this Halot-Sky. Basically, I never have any opportunity. I never show off any of my stuff. But people ask about it all the time. So I'm going to be taking the opportunity to show that off, and it gets its own video. And, yeah, and then the following one, that's to buy me an extra week. So hopefully the following week we do every filament. But it might not happen. Depends. There's a lot to do here. Yeah, the time really adds up. Anytime you scale something, like if we have, I think, something like 75 filaments. So even if each even if each bit only takes a minute, like if I talk about each one for 60 seconds, it's still an over an hour long episode. It's pretty crazy. That's an interesting question though. AZ Fraser says, "Is there a referral link for the printer?" No, I wasn't provided one. I don't worry about it. Just hit the links in the description. Those are links I was specifically told to use. So yeah, feel free. I really appreciate it. Fletcher Reader says, "You ever use a tool changer for dissolvable supports?" That's next up. So the way I'm working this is we're doing the low temperature filaments on the low temperature filaments on those printers. Low temperature filaments on those printers. Basic filaments like PLA, PETG are being done on the Viper. This printer here, first we're doing high temperature filaments, and like peak and whatnot, and then after that I'm going to do the multi-material prints. I want the multi-material to be the last. I want those to be the last filaments I'm printing because I really have to keep an eye on the printer. The tool changing procedure isn't perfect, so it's possible that it'll drop a tool at some point, and that causes all kinds of problems. So I don't want anything else distracting me while we print the dissolvable supports. But yes, we are going to do that, and I am allotting hopefully we have an entire week to dissolve the supports, because common misconception is that like you just dunk them in water and like it's like throwing cotton candy in water. It's not. It takes like days. So but there are a lot of them. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I do need to talk about our I'm not used to I don't like bragging. Like, I don't know. One of my rules for the show was like to avoid gearitis. Like, it's very common for content creators to get obsessed with buying stuff. You know, you need a new camera, you need a new mic. Oh, hey, our camera needs a new lens. We need some lighting too, because the lens is picking up that much. The mic, of course, we got to put that, like, the mic's only as good as the audio interface. We got to get a new audio interface, and of course we need one of those fancy decks with all the knobs and buttons to control. Next thing you know, you spent like $15,000 on gear. Yeah, lousy situation. But that said, like a lot of this stuff is things people genuinely care about, and it's easy for me to forget that. I'm used to looking at all this stuff and thinking of it as tools, but I forget that most of the people listening are they're hobbyists. You're buying your stuff for fun. So yeah, constraints I operate under, I'm used to operating under a different. So yeah, I think it's going to be a fun episode. I have rewritten it twice already because I just can't seem to make it. I don't know. It just never seems to come out being fun to watch. But yeah, basically we're going to show off all the stuff. It's going to give us an opportunity to talk about the printers and the storage system. The storage system is like the filament closet has a ton of new improvements to it. It's great. A lot of people are asking me to build a Voron. Oh man, every stream, more and more people ask me to build a Voron. I don't know, cause like I have a bunch of printers already, right? We got some sponsored stuff coming up. I don't know what context I would do it in. Maybe like, yeah, cause it is just a kit. I don't know. The schedule's pretty chock full through October, but yeah, at some point I definitely will, cause just so many people want to see me make one. Like, is there something special about it, or is it just like a particularly cool? Like, is there something special about it, like why you want me to build one, or is it just like a cool printer? Dingle Dodger says the speed printer. Speed is key. Speed is key. All right. Yeah, make a high-speed, low-drag printer. That'd be pretty funny. Make like a tactical printer that's like all black, because matte black is the tactical color. Yeah. Wardrum GG says buying new gear is fun though. Oh man, when I was growing up, we had a lot of we had some people very close to us who basically they overspent and they got themselves into real bad credit card debt, and it came inches away to like just ruining their lives, and that put such a fear of consumerism in me. I never buy stuff for the sake of buying it. Like, I always feel bad when it took me ages to buy this mic, because, like, I'm just like, it's expensive, I don't think I need it. Yeah, it makes me very uncomfortable to buy stuff I don't need. So as soon as there's a reason for it. That said, though, the Voron's fast, and I have an extra Hemera, which is a fairly lightweight extruder, and could put another. We could put a volcano. You could put a volcano on that, and I don't know. I don't have. I've never had a printer optimized for speed. And that is, between all my printers, really, that's the one thing none of them can do well is print at high speeds. I know that for a fact too, because we had some filaments here, the micro diamond filament and PLA X3, I think it was called. Basically, their PLA filaments optimized for high speed printing, and none of my printers could keep up. None of the printers could keep up. It wasn't even close. The Prussias would under extrude. The Prussias under extruded. The Viper had all kinds of weird extrusion problems, and the tool changer had the worst ringing and banding I have ever seen, because the tool is so between the tool and the tool changer, it's so friggin' heavy. And there's like a little bit of they're held on by spring tension, so it wobbles a tiny bit at high speed. So none of my printers can do fast. So yeah, at some point when I have a need for speed, definitely do it. Barry Carter says, optimize an Ultimaker for super high speed. Damn thing kept on screwing itself. That is, I know exactly what you're talking about. That happened to the printers at the Fab Lab over and over again. Because, oh man, for an older version of Cura, the default, for an older version of Cura, the default PLA printing speed. Oh, all right. No, here's what happens. We have an Ultimaker Mini, an Ultimaker. It was an Ultimaker 3 and Ultimaker 3 Plus. Basically, the Mini is a small form factor, and the S Plus the 3 and the 3 Plus are basically the same, except the Plus is much taller. They're otherwise the same. Something sliced for the 3 will also work on the 3 Plus, but the Mini and the others are different. So people kept slicing stuff for the Mini and then running it in the regular one. That caused it to print at far too high a speed. And there are elements of the printer that would shake themselves loose. Yeah. That was a lot of fun. Ryan Cooler says Loctite's not that expensive. It's for maybe for a personal printer, yeah, but for a hackerspace printer, you expect to be tearing it apart and repairing it multiple times a month. So you expect it. Like we have somebody, like someone's job is to repair the printers, but also we don't want Loctite residue building up. Oh hey, look at that. Haha. Yeah, there we go. We got a little boat action. Look at that. The smokestack actually looks great. So, I guess you can, if you listen carefully, you can hear it. You can hear the Creality printer raising and lowering. It's about as noisy. I don't know. I'd say it's about as noisy as the X or Y axis on a Prusa. So, makes sounds, but it's not terrible. And you could fall asleep to it because it's on a rhythm. So I don't think it would be terrible. So let me disengage my Benchy. It's not happening. I'm gonna wait for the bed to cool down. I'm gonna wait for the glass bed to cool down. It's one of the lovely parts of printing on glass. It takes ages to heat up. Takes ages to cool down. Actually, it doesn't take long to heat up because this is a 120 volt bed. It heats up in really friggin' fast, but it takes a while to cool down. Oh man, Ryan says, "How'd you fix the ringing on the tool changer?" Just slowing down. It's a Core XY printer, and it can move very quickly, but it can move extremely quickly. But the acceleration is far lower than a Core XY should. Basically, it's the acceleration that pulls the tool away from the carriage and causes it to wobble. So as long as it can move fast. You can print it at 80, 90 millimeters a second. But you got to keep any acceleration over about 4,000 millimeters per second was unusable. Yeah. It's hard to print. Tim Otto says, any advice on how to verify if resin prints are fully cured? Well, this depends on the material you're using, so you'll build a sense for it. But for most materials, they're very, very hard when they're cured. So you'll notice that's why I was taking the tool and carefully tapping it, because I want basically if it feels sticky, then it's not cured enough. But also, I'm listening for the sound. If it sounds like high pitched and very like a click, like a die, right? Like dice are made of resin. So if you ever rolled a die, you know that like very sharp click it makes, like that's the sound you're looking for. If it makes that sound, you're a-okay. If it sounds like a thud or it scrapes or it sinks in a tiny bit, you're not ready. Yeah. So in my opinion, the easiest way is to tell by the sound. You can also, like, you can tell by the look, but that depends to an extent, but not really. Yeah, give it a poke. It should be fully hard, be fully rigid, and if you tap it, it should make a very sharp clack. Yeah, that's how I recommend. Yeah. Good stuff. Blazing Johnny 95 says, I have trouble with profiles for new resins. Can never find good ones for Lychee or Cheeto box. Dialing in a new resin can be tricky. I totally agree with you. This printer seems to be pretty forgiving, but still, it takes a little work. Absolute best way is just write down the settings you're using before you print, so that if it fails, or basically write down the settings, so if it works, you can make it more aggressive next time, and if it fails, you can make it less aggressive. Just keep track of it. There are guidelines and benchmarks, but most of them are reached through guesswork. As far as I know, there are very few people who have systematically tried to push a specific resin on a specific printer to its limit. That's all right. There's an exception here. Early 4K printers, or early monochrome printers, people did this because they wanted to prove that they were faster. But I don't know, you just don't see that too much anymore. I don't know. It's like I just guessed. I just took a wild guess and it worked, and there we go. That said, this one's a little bit wobbly, so maybe 2 seconds is a little too short. Whatever, we'll see. Maybe the pony will come out horribly deformed. One way to find out, though. Sherwin Darsu says, a common misconception: glass beds don't warp. They can warp. They can become deformed, especially over time. They can totally have a shape to them. It's not uncommon. Yeah. Snipish1 says, untrue. There are test prints for the Mars that run through a whole variety of test swatches. You basically pick the perfect one. That's interesting. It's it's really interesting. Dingle Dodger asked what resin we're using. We're using Creality. We're using Creality Low Odor resin. So resin specifically intended for situations where the airflow isn't really optimal. Anthony Veranda says, another common misconception that glass is a liquid. Glass is not a liquid. Glass is an amorphic crystal. It's an amorphic solid. Glass is a type of solid, and it's its own classification. Something is a glass if it has the specific non-crystal structure that silicon glass has, and it's not the only it's not the only kind of glass either. You can make metal glass. Some of them are actually transparent. It's really weird quantum properties. It's really sick. Non-crystalline, polycrystalline, whatever. Some folks were asking if resin or PLA is cheaper. It's not a direct comparison. It's not a direct comparison, because going dollars for donuts, right? Gram for gram, resin is really expensive. But you're not using a resin printer you're not using a resin printer the same way you're using a filament printer, right? You're using a filament printer to make larger things with infill. You're using a resin printer to make small things that are hollow. So the amount of even though a kilo of resin is much more expensive than a kilo of filament, you get massively more prints out of you get massively more prints out of a kilo of resin. I still haven't finished a single bottle of resin, even though I basically printed 2 entire episodes worth of. I did 2 entire episodes worth of 3D prints, and one that had a lot of 3D prints in it. I haven't even come close to using an entire bottle of resin, and that's including. It's including a lot, wasting a lot, trying to figure out the right mix to use for keycaps. Yeah, so it was pretty fun. Yeah, different. They're different use cases. You're making different things. There is some overlap, but on balance, resin is used primarily. You're busting out the resin. Primarily when either you want an extremely high level of detail, but dimensions don't matter, or you need ridiculously precise dimensions. It's a weird dichotomy, because you get some resins that are super precise and some that aren't. But yeah, you're mostly printing small stuff with small details. And you can see how stringy and nasty... Focus, please. How stringy and disgusting our Benchy is. Don't worry, it will clean up just fine. This is just PLA, so a couple hits with the torch. Let's try not to get any filament in my drinking water. A couple hits with the torch and a little work with the X-Acto knife will clean this guy right up. Oh, it smells like coconuts. You know what this smells like? Coconut sugar. Have you ever even heard of coconut sugar? That's exactly what it smells like. Let's switch back to our thing here. Yeah, it is good to try different things. Sherwin is correct. Unexpected Maker, hello. We have another YouTuber in the chat. Gotta check out Sean's stuff too. Yeah, hey folks. Can you get fully opaque resins yet? I think it depends on your definition of fully. It depends on your definition of fully, and it depends on can you buy them off the shelf? I mean, they're opaque. They're always going to be a tiny bit translucent, though. Otherwise, yeah, they don't really. All right, the commercial resins are generally going to be a tiny bit opaque because otherwise you're not going to be able to get the light to penetrate far enough to cure the entire layer. But nothing stops you from taking resin and adding in, a black pigment, like carbon black or something, but it blocks light. So you're going to have to you'd have to use a very powerful printer and drop your layer height to the bare minimum to make sure that enough light gets through to cure it. And you have to make sure it's super thin because no light is going to make its way inside the print to cure the inside. So, yeah. It's an inherent problem with MSLA prints. It's just an inherent weakness with the type of printer. If you need a fully opaque printer and model's too detailed to print FDM, like that's what SLA is, or what photolithography or etc. Not photolithography. SLS or even milling is for. Yeah. Aramar says resin seems like an amazing material to use for transparent prints with lights behind them. You're absolutely correct. Oh, hey, we printed a boat. We actually checked off 2 things from our to-do list. Haha. I've got to be less aggressive with our to-do lists. I have very overinflated expectations. The photon is pretty quiet. A few folks were asking about about sound. The photon is, not the photon, the friggin', the Halot-Sky. The Halot-Sky is pretty quiet. It makes about as much noise raising and lowering the plate as it does, I'd say my Prusa does, moving left and right. You could definitely, I think you could probably quiet this down by extending the time between layers. I don't know if it has a stealth mode, though. That's interesting, though. Unexpected Maker says, all right, makes sense. Is there a way to finish the print to make it more opaque? Sprayer coating that won't affect it. I mean, you could paint it. I know it sounds like a bit of a quitter answer. Pardon. You could paint it. But if you're worried about messing up the dimensions, you can dye it. You can dye it black. Most resins will accept alcohol-based dyes. You can apply those either before or after printing, like to the resin or to the resin or to the finished print. You definitely can. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Dusty Sprinkles says what everyone's been thinking. I'm going to admit, Halot-Sky is a really weird name for a resin printer. Maybe sticking to numbers would have been better. I agree. It's the Halot, I guess, is the name of the product line. I asked them about this, and they wanted a name for the product line that had no hits. I think in English in English Google. I think it was for SEO purposes, but it is a very, very strange name. It's a very, very strange name. Oh, that's a really interesting question here. Re says, can't you use a pigment that doesn't block the specific wavelength of light used? That is really interesting. I don't know. I imagine that exists, right? There has to be pigment and paint in colors that block visible light but allow through ultraviolet. I'm sure that exists. And yeah, I'm wondering if yeah, that has to exist. I'm wondering if I can get it in alcohol dye. That would be really cool. Oh yeah, but yeah, definitely. If it exists, you could totally use it. Brooke says we could try some of my pigments. That's true. Brooke does have a lot of. So what's neat is that a lot of the stuff used in makeup production can also be used in resin printing. It's very neat. S. Curtis, thanks a lot for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Love from Ireland, thanks for the stream. Thank you for joining in, and thank you so much for supporting us. Yeah, the super chats and Patreon make a huge deal. I've had my Patreon patrons going back here. It's a huge deal. Makes it very. Yeah, like that's how we can do all this stuff. It's how I can work on YouTube full time. It's how we can, like, sure, I get sent a lot of these tools, but I add on to them a lot. I've put, like, the tool changer, right? They sent me the tool changer, but I put hundreds of dollars of stuff into the tool changer, so I really appreciate it. Yes, Brooke says we could mix the pinkest pink in there. We do have the pinkest pink. Anish Kapoor, if you're listening. We can't permit you to watch that, but yeah, we can mix it in because in makeup, right? You have alcohol dyes. Basically, there are dyes in lots of different solvents, and a lot of those are useful for resin printing. On top of that, a lot of the dyes, paints, pigments, etc., are intended to work with acrylic, right? Because nails are acrylic, like false nails, and that stuff is very effective on most resin prints because it's creates an acrylic-like polymer, so it's pretty sick. But on top of that, for makeup, you often use ultra-fine glitter. Right, use ultra-fine glitter and pigments and stuff, and that's exactly what you want if you want to mix it in with resin. Standard glitter is far too large. Either it sinks to the bottom and it blocks the light and it ruins your print, or it gets pushed out to the side and it never makes its way into the print itself. But ultra-fine glitter made of mica, not my brother, the rock, is fine enough that it gets drawn back in as when it gets drawn back in when the plate goes up, and you get some in each layer. And what's really cool about printing with ultra-fine mica glitter is that each layer has a little glitter in it, and the glitter, remember, it's like these are flakes. They're flakes of rock, and when they're being pressed down and pulled back up, it aligns them. So you end up with a material. You end up with a print that's like an opal, like it has a flare. It reflects in one direction, but not in others. It's really cool. Billy Rubin taught me that technique. You can check out the Don't Fear the Resin video if you're curious to learn more about that. I actually do it in that episode. It looks really sick. Yeah, Billy Rubin taught me that. She knows. So someone was asking, how do I know so much about all this stuff? Well, about resin in particular, I can say it's 100% from talking to Billy. No, it's 100% from talking to Billy. She's the expert on all things resin, and I consulted her before each of our resin episodes to make sure. Yeah, she has her own YouTube channel too. She's not posting very much because her job has taken over her life. She's an education coordinator for a national museum, and she loves the job. It's like her dream job. So she hasn't been active on her Discord or making projects, but good for her. She loves that friggin' job. El Mintz says, maybe have a little motor or pump constantly pushing the resin around. Tubes in or out of the pump if it won't fit. In like high-end professional printers, they actually have a little squeegee that drags across to throw down a fresh layer of resin before each layer. I think that could work, or a stir or something. Honestly, though, most of the damage happens as the plate is lowered. So I don't know how effective it would be at keeping like the flakes of glitter and other additives in place, because I think they tend to get pushed out of the way. I don't know. Daniel McNeil says, live streams are going for a bit. How many boats have you made? We made one, unfortunately. These 3D prints take a long time. We're gonna be ending the stream fairly soon. If you're interested in seeing the resin boat and seeing how it compares, and interested in seeing this stringy furry boy as I clean it up, you definitely want to subscribe to my Twitter and Instagram. Yeah, I'm a little over-dependent on Facebook. I'm over-dependent on YouTube right now. I need some other ways to let people know. So, yeah, I'm definitely going to be showing that off, and we're going to see how well a resin Benchy can go head-to-head with an FDM Benchy. I think the results are going to be a little disappointing, because I'm a giant pessimist, but also because the Benchy is a torture test for FDM printers. I don't think it's going to do well at all in resin printers. But who knows? I mean, the most difficult aspects of it, right? The most difficult aspects of it, the aggressive overhang on the bow, and the smokestack. The hardest parts of it to print are the easiest parts to print on the resin machine. I'm worried about the bridge. I'm worried about this little bit here. It's a bridge that's also that. I love that part. The bridge of the boat is also a test of the bridging performance. I love it. So, yeah. 8-Bit says, reflects light in one direction, not another. Can this be added to a resin that cures optically transparent to the point where you can see through it? Probably not, because it would scatter. It's still going to scatter light enough. Can you do optically clear prints, though? Yes, you can. It's really hard. It's really hard to do optically clear 3D prints. First problem is keeping bubbles out of it, but on top of that, you need an optically clear resin with the right index of refraction, and then you need to finish it so that's like polished. You're probably gonna have to polish it by hand. It's really hard. You're gonna have to ideally you'd use a vacuum chamber to degas the resin to pull all the bubbles out of it. And then you just or even better, just degas the chamber itself. Like every once in a while, pull a vacuum on it to keep bubbles from making their way in. Somebody, I forget who it was. Sean, if you're still listening, Unexpected Maker, who was it that made the resin lenses and showed them off on my episode? Showed off when I hosted the MakerCast, because that's pretty neat. John Marshall says it needs to absorb light to cure. Yeah, optically clear resin is clear to visible. It allows visible light through, but obviously it's not as transparent to UV light. So that's obviously, otherwise it wouldn't be able to cure. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Snipish1 says you can get super clear PETG prints if you remelt them in salt and cover the transparent faces with Kapton tape. It's incredible. Yeah, that sounds kind of neat. Like, what are you doing? Like, you print it in PETG, you slap some tape on it. Like, you just put Kapton tape directly on the side of your print, bury it in salt, throw it in your oven, and come back to it a few hours later, because that would be pretty rad. That'd be pretty neat. Daniel McNeil says the transparent ones yellow a bit from my experience. That's true. All resins are vulnerable to yellowing, but the clearer or whiter a resin is, the easier it is to see that discoloration. So, yeah, it would have to be unfortunately, it's kind of the nature of the game. Like, using a photosensitive resin, there's nothing that stops it from being photosensitive after it's done. So, I mean, I've been thinking I've thought a lot about this. Like, maybe there's some sort of varnish or lacquer, like some surface treatment you could put on the optic that blocks UV, so it wouldn't yellow. But, yeah, says, "What's SLS printing?" SLS is selective laser sintering. So basically, it's a form of 3D printing it's basically a form of 3D printing in a box full of powder. So you have this powder made of like basically this very fine polymer powder, and you have a device that sprinkles a thin layer of it, and then you take a bunch of lasers and you fire them at each other, and where they meet creates a little ball of plasma and melts some of the plastic together. So you use that to draw your outline, to sinter it, selective laser sintering, to sinter that together. And then you sprinkle another layer down, and you sinter that, you sprinkle another layer down. And the main advantage that gives you is that you can make arbitrarily complicated geometry without supports, because like there's always material under each element, because you're building up like a box of powder. You can print ridiculous geometry with no supports, and it's also very, very precise because it's all done with lasers, and powder is generally nylon. It doesn't flow very much after it's melted. Those machines, though, are bananas expensive, and sintered material is never going to be as strong. It's never really going to be as strong as like a fully filled material, because it has voids. John Marshall makes an important point. SLS works for metal printing as well. I don't know. I've never heard of anyone doing a lot of metal printing though. Like the companies do it, but usually it's in like alumide, or they're making or they cast into it. But yes, you can sinter metal together using an SLS machine. They're really cool. Shapeways uses SLS machines. That's why when you order something from Shapeways, it has like a rough sandy texture, because it's literally made of tiny grains of plastic sand melted together. Isn't that neat? Yeah, isn't that cool? I think it's pretty rad. Jonathan Marshall says the printers are getting cheap, but come with a subscription. Printers as a service. Why? That has to be made illegal one of these days. One of these days, I'll like do a march on Washington or something. Subscription plans should be illegal. Yeah, Maddox LP says, sorry to be a smartass, but SLS technology is not per se weak. It's strong enough for plain door hinges. That's true. I mean to say, like, it is still a high-end industrial printing technique used with high-end materials. You can make great stuff. On top of that, you can massively strengthen an SLS print by immersing it in, like a liquid polymer, and then just pulling a vacuum on it to suck the polymer into all those voids, and then just rinse it and cure it, and now you have a fully filled part. So yeah, you can pack it. On top of that, a lot of it's just very strong material. Like alumide is very strong. That's a complex of I forget, some polymer and aluminum. Really tough stuff. Often used for prototyping aluminum parts because its physical properties similar to aluminum. But it's a little harder to print. But no, you can make some bananas stuff. A lot of these high temperature filaments can also be done using SLS. Usually use SLM, I think, if I'm right. I don't know. Anyways, yeah. You can make very strong parts with it. If you use the right materials and you have the right printer and you're sintering it very strong together, especially if you fill it. If you I forget the name for it. Like you filling the void or something. I don't know. Whatever. It's cool. McKinza says, have you seen the subscription-based motorcycle crash fest? It's such a scam. That sounds like an article from The Onion. That sounds fake. Like what? That sounds fake. I am skeptical. I am a little skeptical. Just a bit. Oh man, this is rad. This printer's cool as hell. I think it's about time to wind down. Yeah, I think it's about time to wind down. More than anyone, I'd like to thank Creality for making it possible. Yeah, I'd like to thank Creality for making it possible to print with this ridiculously radical printer. I'm just going to switch back over here so we can... oh, for crying out loud! Yeah, I'd just like to thank Creality for No, for sponsoring this really awesome printer. They've done. They've really gone above and beyond in hooking Voidstar Lab up with a really badass, really big resin printer. So the question is, can we print a boat in resin? Unfortunately, we're not going to find that out right now because it took a little longer than I expected. Wait a second. Yeah, it says hour 50. So yeah. So unfortunately, I can't keep gabbing for another 2 hours. But I will, as soon as this is done, I'll finish it up and I'll post it to Instagram and Twitter and probably even the Discord. And yeah, you'll be able to see it. But thanks a lot to Creality for making this happen. If you're interested in this printer or the resin we're using, both of them have been performed really well today. I'm really impressed. Then you can use the links in the description. It helps the channel and gives you the best prices because you're dealing directly with Creality. So, yeah, thanks a lot to everyone for dealing with all the baloney as we tried to set up the system. Yeah, what do we do? What's coming up? What's coming up next? Oh, we got oh man. Monday, I'm still undecided. Monday we have to print boats. Yeah, Monday we have to print boats, but apart from that, I don't know what else we'll be doing. I have to figure that out. But Friday, if this isn't 100%, but if the stars align, we will be joined by one of the founders of E3D to talk about polymers, to talk about plastics, materials, and just how that works behind the scenes. E3D makes the extruders. They make the extruders and nozzles in all Prusa printers, all the ones in this printer. They make the best aftermarket parts for stuff like the Ender and whatnot. And hopefully we're gonna get their, I think it's their founder, the CTO Sanjay, on to talk about all kinds of materials. He's a material scientist, so he has tons of stuff to say about all this crap, and it's going to be great. So if you're interested in that, that's next week's stream, next Friday. Next Monday, we'll figure something spicy out. It's going to be great. Anyways, thanks to everyone for joining in. I really appreciate it. Thanks to everyone who super chatted. Before we sign off, I just want to thank all of our patrons. I especially want to thank CMD. I want to thank CMD. Blanking here. I'm not Bedicor. Chuck Fadouk Smaldong. And who's the new one? He's got a really dumb name. Chuck Fadouk Smaldong. Jeremy Arnold, Sweaty Vag, and wait for it. Where's my mail? I'm gonna get this out of here. Oh man, I'll have to credit them later. Anyways, yeah, thanks to everyone who supports the channel, and I really appreciate it. I have been for the last few hours. I've been Zack Freedman. Who knows who I'll be later? But I'm gonna see you as soon as I figure out which of these windows. Which of these windows has the stream in it? I'll see you in the future. Take care. Be well. Bye-bye.